What for?
The governor asked us to come.
Yes, but why?
I reckon if he wanted us to know, he'd have put it in his letter.
I suppose you're right. But then I never did like mysteries, especially when they involve a 10-day walk.
If those are wheels out here, we just might be in luck.
We are in luck. Wild men, he tried to run us down.
Driver! Sorry, sir. 2 men tried to flag me down, scared the horses off the road. Sorry, sir.
Now, let's move on, or I'll be late for my appointment.
Yes, sir.
Back! 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 Move!
You spooked my team and almost upset my carriage.
Look, I'm sorry, but
Now, you stand away before I take this whip to you. Move!
He's only a bit of a fellow, isn't he?
Yeah, do you want to scalp him, Mingo, or shall I?
Don't lay a hand on my driver. And don't tempt me, sir. There's no penalty for killing a highwayman. Driver, the governor's mansion. And hurry.
Did he say governor's mansion?
That's the way I heard it.
Top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe. The rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boom, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
I assume, Captain, that you know why you're here.
All I know, Governor Henry, is that I've been put on detached duty from General Washington's command to take part in some special mission.
At my request.
Yes, sir, at your request. And speaking as a professional soldier, sir, may I say that I resent being removed from an important battle area to take part in some inconsequential frontier action.
You are at liberty to say anything you wish, Captain, but you are here for only one reason. General Washington has recommended you as being an expert artillery officer. For my part, I resent your attitude, but I need a man of your abilities. Now, if you'll permit me, I will explain why I've sent for you.
Certainly, sir.
As a professional soldier, you may be inclined to discount what I'm about to say as patriotic drivel, but I assure you...
Are you questioning my patriotism, sir?
No, I am merely asking to be allowed to finish what I have to say. When the Declaration of Independence was published here, the citizens of Williamsburg wished to contribute something to the cause. As you point out, Virginia is a frontier territory. Our resources are limited. But the people have given what they could. They've given metal, sir. All the metal they could. Iron skillets, iron statues, iron tools, copper. This precious metal has been melted down and cast into a weapon. The Williamsburg cannon. That's why you're here, Captain.
Do you mean to say, sir, that I've been brought all the way from Long Island to put my stamp of approval on a homemade cannon?
That's part of it. The part you can't understand, Captain, is that we have no artillery in our frontier perimeter defenses, and we are desperately in need of it.
Artillery? You have one cannon, sir. Now, what do you hope to accomplish with that?
Captain, are you familiar with Kaskaskia and Fort Vincennes?
Of course, sir.
The seat of British power in the West. Now, in spite of what you call inconsequential frontier action, these outlying settlements in Kentucky are vital to our national defense. The Indian raids on these settlements have been increasing. The various tribes involved are being armed and supplied by the British. Vincennes must be captured, Captain, and the British crushed, or Kentucky will be overrun, and our first line of defense destroyed.
Most ambitious undertaking, sir.
Major Clark, with a force of 180 men, has already stormed Kaskaskia and is now marching on Vincennes. It is quite possible that they are marching towards disaster.
That's at least one point we're agreed on.
With such an inadequate force and no line of supply, he is unable to lay siege. Nor can he storm that fort without artillery. He needs a cannon, Captain. Williamsburg cannon.
Are you proposing to transport a field piece all the way across Kentucky? Well, that's 1,000 miles, Governor. And through a wilderness, too.
I know that, Captain.
I suppose you've sent for me to train a gunner for your expedition.
Not to train a gunner. To be the gunner.
With all due respect, Governor, I think your plan borders on insanity.
That may be true. But I assure you it's also a necessity.
And what if I refuse?
I'll see to it that you're court-martialed and shot.
Well, that might be the better choice of the two. I'm an army officer, not a wagoneer.
I appreciate the hazards of the journey and the difficulties you'll be asked to overcome. And since you're unfamiliar with the wilderness, I've engaged a guide who knows Kentucky well.
And has this guide approved your plan?
I don't know. I haven't seen him yet. We meet with him at 10 o'clock tonight. And now, would you care to join me in a spot of brandy? My orders, Mr. Forbes.
To the letter, Your Excellency. The house is closed. Mr. Boone is waiting inside for you.
Very well. Good of you to come, Daniel. And you may go. I must apologize for asking you to meet me here. I wanted to keep this meeting secret, if that's possible. Allow me to present Captain Robert George of the Continental Army.
We've already met.
You've met? You didn't tell me, Captain?
Well, it was hardly a formal introduction. I mistook Mr. Boone here for a common thief. Don't tell me this is the man you've engaged for a guide.
That's right.
Well, then I must ask to be allowed to pick my own.
Your request is denied, Captain. Mr. Boone is the best woodsman in Kentucky. I will not lay my plans aside because of any personal dislikes.
I don't know what this is all about, Governor, but I can't say too much for the captain's manners. I'm not sure I'd want to guide him from here to across the street.
Of course, you're free to go, Daniel. However, I ask you as a personal favor to at least hear me out.
Well, we have walked 10 days to get here. I think the least I can do is hear you out. What do you say, Mingo?
By all means.
Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as possible.
Cannon.
Yes, Cannon. I think you know this territory.
I know the country, but the man who made this map didn't know it very well.
That's why I'm depending on you, Daniel. Now, in your opinion, is this expedition possible?
Oh, I guess anything's possible. I don't know whether it's advisable. Time against us, fall rains coming on.
To say nothing of Indians. Or the British. I don't imagine they'll look with favor on a cannon being brought against them.
I've considered that, Captain. That's why I made no mention of it in my letter, Daniel, in case it should fall into the wrong hands.
Transporting a cannon through the wilderness isn't the easiest thing to keep secret, Governor.
That's true. But there's no reason for anyone outside the four of us to know its destination. It could well be consigned to any of our frontier outposts. Of course, I'll grant you may encounter isolated enemy patrols, roving bands of Indians, but there's no large British force within the boundaries of Kentucky, at least not yet. If our mission fails, there may well be an army of them soon. Well, Daniel?
When you put it that way, I can't very well refuse. I'll do the best I can.
I'll go along with that.
Captain.
I still think the whole idea is insane. But then I have no choice in the matter, have I?
I'm afraid not.
Then I'd like to ask one question. How large a military escort will we have?
I'll leave that to Mr. Boone, since getting there is his responsibility.
I don't want any soldiers.
The three of us are going to drag a cannon across 1,000 miles of wilderness?
Nope, but I want backwoodsmen. Kentuckians preferably. If something happens to Mingo or me, at least they'll know the country.
And I'm going to command a bunch of rabble, huh?
I wasn't aware that you were to command anything except the gun, Captain. If I undertake this trip, I'll do it with my own men in my own way.
Your Excellency.
I know, Captain, you object. But I find Mr. Boone's point well taken. Daniel? Do you think you can recruit some volunteers?
Well, I won't guarantee that there'll be volunteers, but I probably can raise some men.
Well, I'll just leave that part of it up to you, then.
How much can I offer to pay them?
The Virginia Assembly has agreed to allot $100 to anyone who'll undertake the trip.
It's not much money to risk hanging or scalping.
I have to agree with you. But the Assembly doesn't share my enthusiasm for the project. Nor do I think they realize its potential influence on the outcome of the war. But I take it it's all settled then?
Well, there is one small point, Governor. Nobody knows yet whether your homemade cannon will even fire.
Oh, that's your job, Captain. But that'll wait till tomorrow.
Mr. Goodleaf? Well, there it is. The Williamsburg cannon. What's your opinion of it, Captain?
Eight-pounder, huh? I'd prefer a larger bore for the task assigned to me. But then we'd have to pull more weight. Design seems proper. However, there's just one way to test the quality of the metal.
I made that cannon, Captain, a trade I learned in England. You'll find the metal sound and the bore accurate.
Then I assume you also know how to load it?
Aye, sir. There's many around. I've loaded into one of these.
Then let's get on with it.
Aye, sir. You want a light charge or a heavy one, sir?
I want a canister charge. Make it a heavy one. If it blows up now, it'll save us all a long trip and a lot of trouble.
Aye, sir.
I'll take care of the priming.
Aye, sir.
That clump of trees seems a likely target over yonder. Boone, give me a hand. Soldier, get that powder out of here. Swing it right. And I'll need a little elevation, too. Hold it. That's about it. Right. A little more right. Right down. That's right. Chock the wheels.
Mr. Governor?
All right, carry on, Captain.
If I were you gentlemen, I'd move back.
I have faith in my cannon.
All right, Captain. Touch her off. For liberty, the Continental Congress.
All right here. Muzzle seems sound. No sign of a crack or flaw in the barrel.
Splendid work, Mr. Goodleaf.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Governor, I'm afraid your cannon is quite satisfactory.
Afraid, Captain?
Yes, sir. Quite frankly, I was hoping it would blow sky high. I'm not looking forward to this harebrained expedition.
I'd already gotten that impression. How soon would you plan to leave, Daniel?
Just as soon as we can get the cannon loaded into the wagon and arrange for our supplies.
Well, I can take care of that yet today. What do you think you'll need?
We'll need staples and supplies for 6 men for at least a month. Grain for the horses, extra harness, a few coils, a good stout rope. That ought to do it.
One more wagon should prove sufficient, then.
May I make a suggestion, Governor?
Certainly.
Then I would advise pack horses rather than another wagon. Ones that are broken to harness, so that in case of an emergency, we'd have an extra hitch.
It's a good idea, Mingo.
I'll arrange for the horses.
Well, how do you propose to carry powder and shot? Your cannon's no good without proper ammunition.
That's already taken care of, Captain. Major Clark has established a supply depot on Corn Island, at the falls of the Ohio. You'll pick up shot and powder there. Your load should be lightened sufficiently by then to compensate for any extra weight.
By then, we should be halfway to Vincennes anyway.
Our only problem is one of personnel. When will you find recruits?
Well, if you'll meet me at midnight, Governor, I'll have your men for you. Now, if you'll just tell me where the taverns are located in this town.
Taverns?
I said I wanted backwoodsmen. There's only one place you'll find them when they're in town, and that's someplace where they can get something to drink.
The Williamsburg Pike. You'll find your taverns there.
Seems a peculiar place to look for patriots.
I didn't say they'd be patriotic, but they'll be tough. And I got an idea some of them can use a little extra drinking money.
Daniel, these are troubled times. Virginia has its share of British sympathizers. Choose your men carefully.
I will, Governor.
Well, now, Captain, since you seem to be the keeper of the cannon, I'll leave you and Mr. Goodleaf to see it loaded on the wagon properly.
You. It's you I'm talking to, you thief.
I heard you. Now go away, I'm thinking.
Well, then do your thinking somewhere else. You've been taking up space at my table for an hour and not bought so much as a pint of ale.
It's a public place, ain't it?
Not for non-paying customers, it ain't. Now be gone before I throw you out.
I don't think you can do it.
Well, maybe not alone, but I'll have help. Sim, Tate, come over here. Now, are you going peaceful like I was asking you to?
You don't see me moving, do you?
Throw him out. Now, let me give you some advice, son. Stay out of all the taverns in town until you get some money.
There are your taverns, Daniel. 2 of them at least.
That's just about all we can cover at once. Which one do you want?
Well, I can't see there's much difference, judging by the noise. I'll take the one down the street.
Good hunting.
Daniel!
You want me to go with you?
No. But there is one thing worrying me. How does one tell a Tory from a loyalist? They dress the same?
Well, you might go in the bar and try shouting 3 cheers for King George and down with the Continental Congress.
Well, that's not too subtle. And it might be downright dangerous.
It's just a suggestion.
I'll think of something.
Well, you do it your way and I'll do it mine. You know where to meet me.
Turn around, mister. Now get over here. Your money, mister. And I need it real bad. So don't try running, because I throw this knife real good.
Well, I don't plan on running.
Now you're being sensible.
You ought to learn a little more about it. Next time you might try a gun or you have to get yourself hurt.
Go ahead and cut my throat. Don't matter much to me anyhow.
I'm tempted.
What are you gonna do to me?
Now, that depends on the answers I get. What's your name?
Sam Lynn. Wait a minute, I know who you are. What? Well, you're Daniel Boone. I seen you once in Kentucky. I'm from Kentucky, too. Mr. Boone, I'm right ashamed of what I done. I've never done anything like that before.
You must have needed money real bad. What did you want it for?
For her.
For her?
Shawnee girl. I want to marry her, but I got to buy her.
You were aiming on robbing me to get money to buy yourself a wife?
That's right.
Well, how much do you need?
$50.
Sam, you got nerve. And you fight pretty good. How would you like a job?
Doing what?
Driving a wagon, hauling some freight, will take about a month of your time that pays $100.
Would you mind repeating that?
Driving a wagon.
No, not that part. The part about the money.
$100, $50 now, $50 when the job's finished.
Mr. Boone, I reckon you just hired yourself a hand. When do we leave?
Well, just as soon as I hire another hand. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
In there?
Why not? Wait a minute, I'll get my knife and my gun.
Mr. Boone, I'll tell you the truth. I just got thrown out of there. Took 3 of them to do it, but, well, there's an outside chance I could get thrown out again.
With what I got in mind, there's a real good chance I'll get thrown out with you. Or do you want to wait here?
Well, if it took 3 of them to throw me out, considering your size, it'll probably take 4 to throw you out. Couldn't be more than a dozen or so in there. All right.
2 Kentuckians, 12 of them. It's a fair fight.
You wouldn't have turned away a man with a thirst with no place to rest his head.
I would. And you can go rest your head on somebody else's bar. You haven't paid for the last drink yet.
Well, as evidence of my good faith, I'll just have to leave my claymore with you until I'm in funds again.
Leave your what?
Claymore. Claymore. The sword of my ancestors. Many's the blow it struck for bonny Prince Charlie in the hearts of the Highlands. And many a the time it's whirled o'er the battle cry of the clan Glenfallen. And since it's apparent that you have no appreciation for the custom of a gentleman, I'll be on my way.
Give him the drink, landlord. I'll pay for it.
Well, a gentleman. Indians.
One Indian. I came alone.
You British hireling paid to take the scalps of honest men. I'll have your head.
So help me, I never heard an Indian in my life.
There's no cause for alarm. Pour me a mug of ale, will you?
Yes, sir. Anything you say. Now, if there's anything else I can do for you.
Who is he?
Alexander McAfee, a remittance man, bought by the Crown for some reason which I don't know. But one thing I do know, he can be an awfully violent man.
Don't I know it? Maybe exactly the kind of man I'm looking for.
So it's you again.
Told me to come back when I had money in my pockets? Well, I got a friend with money.
Yeah, that's right.
And we want 2 mugs of ale.
ready, Sam.
Ready? For what?
I'm not real sure, but it could turn out to be real lively. Three cheers for the king and down with the Continental Congress. Be careful with him, Sam. I think we found our other man.
There can't be any fighting in this place. Now get rid of them. Throw them out! Oh, no. Will you throw them out? And stay out.
Well, should we try it again?
Sam, I gotta say one thing for you. You're sure persistent. What do you want to go back in there for again?
Well, you offered to buy me a mug of ale. I ain't had a chance to drink it yet. Still a setting in there in the bar.
What do you think about that, friend?
I think you and me still got a little argument to settle.
If you give me a chance, I think I can explain.
Need no explanation. Don't like the British, don't like you. As soon as I get my wind, I aim to prove it.
Well, what would you have said if I'd have said three cheers for George Washington instead of the king?
I'd have been standing at the bar real peaceful like.
Well, that answers my question.
Well, it doesn't answer mine. Yeah, you got friendly feelings for General Washington. What are you doing cheering for the British?
We was looking for a patriot.
Well, now, there's ways of going about that. Ain't quite as violent, son. Like asking questions.
Well, if you ask questions, sometimes you get lied to.
That's sort of logical. But I still got to ask one. What for are you looking for a patriot?
Well, if you'll just come back inside the tavern while I finish up my drink, I think Mr. Boone will be glad to explain that to you.
Boone? Not Daniel Boone.
Yeah, that's me.
Huh. Mr. Boone, I'm real glad to meet you. Name's Moore. Ben Moore.
Sam Lynn.
Take it he's a friend of yours.
Yeah, we seem to be getting closer all the time.
Yeah, I'm real glad to meet you.
Likewise. Now that we got that settled, can we go in and finish that ale?
Well, now, Sam, they've thrown you out there twice already.
Well, I got a feeling about getting thrown out of places.
So have I, but I'm not real sure we got the same feeling. What makes you think they won't throw you out again?
Well, this last time, I figure we was sort of working at cross purposes. Now that the three of us understand each other, I don't think they'll dare. Now, you with me or against me?
Wait a minute. Now, you've caused me too much trouble to lose you now. You got any feelings on this, Ben?
Oh, I got to side with Sam. I got a drink in there I ain't even touched yet.
Well, you made me spill mine, but I reckon I can get another one. Thank you, fellas. Thank you for the table. Landlord, me and my friends would like a mug of ale.
Now, don't you figure you caused me enough trouble already?
What trouble you reckon he's talking about?
Oh, you must mean that little misunderstanding Dan and me had.
You know what trouble I mean. Now get out, all three of you.
Mister, I think you've got the wrong impression. All we want is a friendly little drink. If you don't call off your dogs, that trouble you just mentioned won't hold a candle to the trouble you're going to get. Or maybe you never heard of the expression, in union, there's strength.
Let them stay. As long as they don't start no more fights.
Now, that's what I like. Peace and quiet in a friendly atmosphere. Thank you, Enki.
told me what I want to hear.
What I need is a man who knows the wilderness and who doesn't mind a fight. And I know the answer to the last.
I trapped from here to the Mississippi. If any helps you with the first.
I'll do for a start. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make you the same offer I made Sam. It's $100 for the job, half now, half when you're finished.
I'm listening.
Here's your ale.
As I was saying, there's nothing like a friendly atmosphere.
It'd be a lot friendlier if somebody put some money on the table.
Money for what?
For the ale.
Mister, when I left here the last time, I had a full mug of ale just a-sitting over there in that bar. Now, if some dishonest person stole it, well, I sort of figure that that's your responsibility. But I'm real happy to see that you replaced it for me.
Now that Sam mentioned it, I had a mug, too. Happy days.
And I suppose you had a full mug, too.
Nope. As a matter of fact, I spilled mine. But just to show you there's no hard feelings, here's a little money to pay for the ale and whatever damage we may have done.
You think that's enough to pay for all the furniture you broke?
As I recall, we had quite a bit of help. Why don't you go and collect it from them?
Now, as you were saying, and I was listening.
I told you not to come here till I close the place for the night.
The information I brought this time couldn't wait.
I'll be the judge of that.
And listen well and judge. You see that big man with the red shirt and the leather jerkin sitting at that table over there?
I've seen him. He's some drunken trapper. He started a fight in here like to tore up all the furniture.
A Kentuckian named Daniel Boone. And here on business for the governor.
What's he doing in a place like this?
I can tell you that, too. Now, is there some place we can talk?
Well, I'll be closed within an hour. Come back, but be sure nobody sees you, Mr. Goodleap.
All right.
Well, that's the story, Ben. What do you think of it?
Well, if I'd had another mug of ale, I'd say either you was drunk or I was.
Well, I can't say that I blame you. It may not be real sensible. I'd like to have you come along.
You gone, Sam?
Well, I've been called a lot of things, but nobody ever called me sensible.
Come to think of it, nobody ever called me that either.
Does that mean you'll be joining us?
It was Indians with British guns that burned my farm. Killed my wife. Both of my young ones. I owe them something. Got no worldly good no more. No family ties. I'll move your cannon. Anywhere you want. How much longer are we going to be waiting for this friend of yours?
Well, not much longer. Maybe I ought to start out looking for him. Him being Indian, he may have got himself into trouble.
Did you say Indian?
Yeah. You two wait here.
We'll all wait, Boone.
What's wrong with you?
Told you. It was Indians burned me out. So we'll all wait for that friend of yours. When he gets here, I aim to kill him.
You let me explain.
No explaining needed when it comes to Indians. I said we'd wait here.
Well, if you won't listen, Ben, I reckon you and I are going to have to lock horns again.
I reckon so. Now, if you just come in a little closer.
That's the way you want it.
I reckon I'll just hang on to this until you can talk to him.
Thanks, Sam.
You don't have to thank me. It's just plain plain unreasonable when it comes to engines. Here I'm aiming to marry one. Pay for her, too.
Well, when he wakes up, we'll just explain together.
Maybe we can. Sure did hate to break that jug, though.
There's just a chance I might be able to replace it.
What are we going to do with him?
Just try to reason with him, I guess.
I hope we can. They're just beginning to like him pretty good, but... Well, a man that's got a hate as big as his is sometimes hard to talk to.
Well, you're not fixing to quit on me, are you, Sam? Not on account of Ben.
Shucks, no, Mr. Boone. If I can't talk to him, I figure I can always whoop him one way or another, huh?
Well, when he wakes up, you do whatever you think's necessary. I can get another man, but I haven't got time. I'm going to go after my friend Mingo.
Is that engine you talked about?
Yeah, that's him.
I heard of him, too. So, look, you just go ahead and do what's got to be done. I'll guarantee you the two of us is going to be here when you get back.
Sam, you've been a big help to me.
Found another man for us, Daniel.
Now, that's the biggest skinning knife I ever seen.
I thought you might recruit someone. I didn't figure on you capturing him.
And who is it you think is the captive? I merely granted my Aborigine friend the temporary honor of being my personal sword bearer. Mac's the name. Alexander McAfee. I've heard about you, Mr. Boone, and I'm here to offer my hand and my trusty claymore in the interest of freedom.
I'm glad to have you with us, Mr. McAfee. This is Sam Lynn.
Pleasure.
Howdy.
Who's he? Oh, that's Ben Moore. He's another one of our volunteers. Give me a hand with him. We're supposed to meet the governor at midnight.
Volunteer?
You say they aim to haul a cannon to Major Clark at Fort Vincennes.
I heard them talking. There's no doubt about it.
Over all them mountains on any roads? Can't be done.
Boone says it can.
How many men?
An Army Captain Boone, his Indian friend, and 3 Kentuckians, if he can find them.
He may have found a couple of them here tonight.
Now, you pay me my money and I'll leave, and you'll hear no more from me. I'll want enough to pay my passage back to England.
Which way are they going, and when do they leave?
You show me the money, and I'll even tell you that.
Well, that sounds fair enough. Well?
There's a supply depot at the falls of the Ohio. They'll stop there for shot and powder.
When do they leave?
They meet tonight at midnight at Finley's Grove, just off the turnpike.
You're sure no one saw you come here tonight, Mr. Goodleaf?
You may be sure of that. I'd not take a chance on being hanged. And now I'm glad the spying's at an end. I find I have no taste for it.
And no more value to us. Tate, you know how to find that British raiding party hiding in the mountains west of here?
Major Ferguson? I reckon I can find him. Might take a little while.
It takes time to move a cannon, too. Go saddle up a horse.
Mr. McAfee.
The knots are well tied and tight, Mr. Boone. The chalkings are sound. There's no reason she can't make the trip.
A lot of reasons I can think of, but we won't go into that now. How are you making out, Sam?
All hitched and ready to go, Mr. Boone, anytime you are.
Captain? And roll them out. Oh.
Daniel.
Any further orders, Governor?
That ammunition you're going to pick up at the falls of the Ohio. Take what you can and destroy the rest. We don't want any of it to fall into the hands of the enemy.
Yes, sir.
And Daniel, remember, our troops at Vincennes may fail if you don't get them this cannon.
I'll remember.
Godspeed you then. brave men for liberty.
Major Ferguson.
Point just signaled for us to hold up the column.
Major, how long do you intend to tramp up and down this river? We should be heading back to fight Major Stewart.
Mr. Foss, we will continue marching towards the east. I'm expecting a messenger from Williamsburg advising me of what is taking place, and we will continue to march until we meet him. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
What is it, man? Speak up.
An horseman, sir. It could be that messenger you're expecting.
You see, Mr. Foss, your lack of patience was unnecessary. See that he's brought to me as soon as he arrives.
Yes, sir.
Your men have been clamoring for action, Mr. Foss. It would seem they may see it very shortly.
Yes, sir.
Bring the supply wagons forward.
Did you hear that, Mr. Foss? The Williamsburg cannon here in the wilderness. A capital prize, and one that should prove invaluable against these frontier outposts. How many men did you say are in the escort?
It was just 6 of them, sir.
That's even better than I'd hoped.
And only one of them's a soldier. He's a Captain George of the Continental Army.
Who are the others?
Well, there's Daniel Boone, an Injun they call Mingo, and a Scotsman named McAfee. 2 Kentucky hunters, Ben Moore and Sam Lynn.
Well, where do you think they would be about now?
Well, it's hard to say. All I know is they're 5 days out of Williamsburg and they're heading for the Falls of Ohio.
That's rather a roundabout way to get to Vincennes.
They're going to pick up some shot and powder that's left for them somewhere in that area.
You mean they're not carrying any ammunition?
Not for the cannonade.
Well, I say let's push on and get them.
No. Once they get on the river trail, they'll have to stay on it. There's no way over the mountains until they get past the falls of the Ohio. If we can find that supply of powder before they get here, get the men ready to march.
Yes, sir.
If you want to contact me again, I'll be waiting for Boone at the falls of the Ohio.
This is Fess Parker. Please watch for the exciting conclusion on Part 2 next week.
You say they aimed to haul a cannon to Major Clark at Fort Vincennes.
I heard them talking. There's no doubt about it.
Over all them mountains without any roads? Can't be done.
Boone says it can.
How many men?
An Army Captain Boone, his Indian friend, and 3 Kentuckians if he can find them.
He may have found a couple of them here tonight.
Now you pay me my money and I'll leave, and you'll hear no more from me. I'll want enough to pay my passage back to England.
Which way are they going and when do they leave?
You show me the money and I'll even tell you that.
Well, that sounds fair enough. Well?
There's a supply depot at the falls of the Ohio. They'll stop there for shot and powder.
When do they leave?
They meet tonight at midnight at Finley's Grove, just off the turnpike.
You're sure no one saw you come here tonight, Mr. Goodleaf?
You may be sure of that. I'd not take a chance on being hanged. And now I'm glad the spying's at an end. I find I have no taste for it.
And no more value to us. Tate, you know how to find that British raiding party hiding in the mountains west of here?
Major Ferguson? I reckon I can find him. Might take a little while.
It takes time to move a cannon, too. Go saddle up a horse.
Top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe. The rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
What is it, Major Ferguson?
Point just signaled for us to hold up the column.
Major, how long do you intend to tramp up and down this river? We should be heading back to fight Major Stewart.
Mr. Foss, we will continue marching towards the east. I'm expecting a messenger from Williamsburg advising me of what is taking place, and we will continue to march until we meet him. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
What is it, man? Speak up.
An horseman, sir. It could be that messenger you're expecting.
You see, Mr. Foss, your lack of patience was unnecessary. See that he's brought to me as soon as he arrives.
Yes, sir.
Your men have been clamoring for action, Mr. Foss. It would seem they may see it very shortly.
Yes, sir.
Bring the supply wagons forward. Did you hear that, Mr. Foss? The Williamsburg cannon here in the wilderness. A capital prize, and one that should prove invaluable against these frontier outposts. How many men did you say are in the escort?
There's just 6 of them, sir.
That's even better than I'd hoped.
And only one of them's a soldier. He's a Captain George of the Continental Army.
Who are the others?
Well, it's Daniel Boone, an Injun they call Mingo, and a Scotsman named McAfee. 2 Kentucky hunters, Ben Moore and a Sam Lynn.
Well, where do you think they would be about now?
Well, it's hard to say. All I know is they're 5 days out of Williamsburg and they're heading for the Falls of Ohio.
That's rather a roundabout way to get to Vincennes.
They're going to pick up some shot and powder that was left for them somewhere in that area.
You mean they're not carrying any ammunition?
Not for the cannonade.
Well, I say let's push on and get them.
No. Once they get on the river trail, they'll have to stay on it. There's no way over the mountains until they get past the falls of the Ohio. If we can find that supply of powder before they get here, get the men ready to march.
Yes, sir.
If you want to contact me again, I'll be waiting for Boone at the falls of the Ohio.
It's nearing sundown, Boone. I suggest we stop here for the night.
Well, we still got some daylight left.
You men and horses are exhausted. What are you trying to do, kill them all?
Well, I haven't heard any of them complaining. I figured they can all go another 40 miles. You couldn't be too tired riding on this horse.
I'm a captain in the Army, Boone. And as such, I've been taught that an officer's first consideration is for the welfare of his men. Then I don't suppose you could understand that.
There's one thing I do understand, Captain. I've got a cannon to deliver. And nobody's gonna die before dark. And there's good water and good grass up ahead, so move out.
So far, so good, Daniel. We've made better time than I'd expected.
From here on in, the going gets a little rougher.
We'll make it.
If we don't run into the British and it don't start raining. Need any help?
No. I'd give them each about a half a bucket of grain.
Good boy. Soup's on. Enjoy a hot meal while you can. It may be the last one you get.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Boone? The supply's getting low?
We've got plenty of supplies, but we're getting close to Shawnee country. After that, there'll be no more fires.
You expect these men to keep up the pace you've been forcing them to on a diet of dried meat and parched corn?
If they can't keep up, they can find their own way back to Williamsburg.
And you leave an exhausted man to fend for himself here in this wilderness.
If that's the way it has to be, we'll make out short-handed.
I've never seen a man yet I can't keep up with. You don't hear me hollering for help.
I'll walk with you, Mr. Boone. I'll run with you, if that behooves us. I may drop in my tracks, but I'll not quit yet.
Thanks, Mac. How about you, Sam?
If I'd aimed to quit you, Mr. Boone, I'd have done it long before this. Now, if anybody's tired of walking, let him drive the team for a while. I don't mind walking.
Does that offer to turn back apply to me?
Captain, I reckon you're the one exception. According to the governor, you and the cannon go together. And I aim to see you both delivered to Fort Vincennes. Now, we'll take turns standing guard. Sam, when you're finished eating, you'll take the first turn. Ben will relieve you, Mingo, then Mac. I'll stand the last turn before daylight.
What about the captain there? He ain't pulled a tour of sentry duty since we started.
I'll be perfectly honest with you, Ben. I don't trust him.
Are you questioning my integrity?
I'm not questioning anything. You've had no liking for this trip from the beginning.
That's right. I don't have to like it. And I also don't have to take that kind of talk from you.
To tell you the truth, I've had about all I can take from you. So keep away from me.
Boone?
Captain. Daniel's point is well taken.
Aye, it is. You had no enthusiasm for this venture from the first.
All right, Sam. As soon as you finish, get out there to those horses and start your guard. The rest of you turn in. We'll be starting out when the sun comes up.
Well? Captain, you didn't ask to make this trip, but then neither did I. We don't see eye to eye on many things. But since we're traveling together, we can't afford to fight among ourselves. Let's call a truce.
Am I to take that as an apology?
Take it any way you like.
Mr. Boone. I'll accept your truce for the time being. But when this expedition is over, if it ever is, and if we all survive, which I strongly doubt, I'm going to demand satisfaction from you.
That's fair enough. What did you say to him, Daniel?
We agreed to a ceasefire till the trip's over. Looks like I'll have to fight a duel later on.
So, want me to keep an eye on him in the meantime?
It won't be necessary.
Well, he did try to pick a fight with you.
I hope it'll all blow over. You better finish your meal and get some sleep. You're going to need it.
Sam. You asleep? Come on, boy, don't play games with me.
Saw you covered. I didn't want to wake the whole camp. You better come with me.
What's wrong?
Sam's gone.
Oh.
That's what I said, gone. Can't find hide nor hair of him. He took the captain's horse. Trouble, Daniel?
I don't know.
Wake up, McAfee.
No need to awaken me. I'm a light sleeper and well aware of your movements. What's the trouble, Mr. Boone?
Sam's gone. The captain's horse is gone, too.
Indians?
I don't know. They would run off the rest of the horses.
I woke up and came out here to take his watch, and he's gone. I figured he just plain cut and run.
So one of your loyal recruits has deserted, eh, Mr. Boone? One who said only last night he wouldn't quit.
I may have misjudged Sam.
It's not your fault, Daniel. How could you possibly know a man of such short acquaintance?
Well, I'll admit I'm disappointed in him, but there's not much I can do about it now.
Weren't you going after him?
What for?
To punish him. It's a matter of discipline. If he's allowed to go unpunished, what's to keep the others from deserting?
Only themselves, I reckon.
Then with your permission, Mr. Boone, if you won't go after him, I'll go myself. I'll catch up with you later.
Captain, you'll just be wasting your time.
I assure you, Moore, I can read sign as well as anybody.
That ain't what I meant.
Then just what did you mean?
I meant you might have trouble catching him afoot.
That's right, Captain. Yours was the only saddle horse, and we can't spare any of the rest. You don't suppose his horse pulled away from the picket line and Sam went after him?
No. This was right here. That feed bag had to be taken off by somebody.
Deserter, horse thief, and probably a British spy.
It'll be daylight soon. Let's pack up and get out of here in case some of this is true.
I could have killed you.
I came to look for you.
Well, that's what I was doing. I was looking for you. You know what I got? Right here in this pouch. The $50 that your father wanted. Do you know what that means? Well, that means that you belong to me now.
You don't need the money anymore. I've been paid for already.
Paid for? By who?
The British. They bought me and other women from the village to cook and work for them. Where are the others?
What others?
Daniel Boone and Ben Moore. I can't remember all their names. Where are they?
Oh, they're up the trail a ways. Now, wait a minute. How do you know about them?
The British know. A messenger came from Williamsburg. They know about your plans. They plan to ambush you at the falls of the Ohio.
So they know, the redcoats. I've got to go and warn my friends.
It's not as comfortable as riding on a horse, but you can take my word for it. It's an improvement on walking.
McAfee.
What is your personal opinion of this fellow Boone?
Why ask me?
You seem to be an educated man. I was merely curious.
Why not talk to the Indian? I understand he went to Oxford.
Forget I asked.
No, I'll not forget it. I'll give you my opinion, since you brought the subject up. Mr. Boone may not be an educated man by your standards, but he's a lot more intelligent than you or I. He's what's meant by a gentle man. It's one I wouldn't care to cross. He's a man to follow because he'll lead you well. That's my opinion. Hope it satisfies your curiosity. Get on there, now.
We passed the mouth of the Kentucky 2 days ago, so my best guess places us just about here.
One more day. We should be at the mouth of the Ohio by tomorrow.
And with luck.
Well, how far is it to Vincennes?
Going northwest is just about as far as we've come from the mouth of the Kentucky.
But we've made it.
We haven't made it yet, although we've come a little further than some might have thought. Pull out the cantle. Let's turn in. Who is it? I don't know. I don't know how many. But I heard a horse nickering. I reckon our luck has run out this time. When the shooting starts, watch the horses so they don't run off.
Right.
Mr. Boone. Mr. Boone. Mac. Ben.
That's Sam Lynn.
What do you reckon ever brought him back?
No, he's either run into Indians and come for protection, or he's led the British to us.
And he's got a girl with him. Now, does that make sense? Yeah, it makes sense. At least to Sam, it makes sense. Well, what do you know about that, Daniel? I reckon it's up to him to do his own explaining. Is there just the two of you?
Yeah, just the two of us, me and the girl. It's a good thing I heard that horse in nickering, otherwise I would have missed you completely. Although I had you figured to be going straight downstream.
Get down off the horse, Sam.
Ain't you glad to see me back? Nope, I reckon you ain't. Get on, girl.
Oh.
All right, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I ran out on you.
You did, didn't you, Sam?
Not the way you think.
Well, what other way is there?
This is Malila, Mr. Boone. I told you about her. This is the only chance I had to go and fetch her.
She's Shawnee, and it was Shawnee killed my kin.
Put that knife away, Ben. If you aim to hurt this girl, you're gonna have to kill me first.
Oh, I just might do that too, boy.
Ben, the lad's right. You'll not harm any girl as long as I'm standing near, Shawnee or otherwise.
You're turning against me in favor of a squaw?
McAfee's right.
You're turning against me, too.
Nobody's turning against you. Put that knife away. There'll be no killing.
Well, if there's to be no killing, Mr. Boone, how do you intend punishing a traitor and a horse thief?
Get out of camp, Sam, and take the girl with you.
But, Mr. Boone...
Get out of camp. She's apt to bring the whole tribe down on us, and right now we don't need any trouble with the Indians.
All right. We'll go. Here's your $50 back. She didn't cost me nothing. She came to meet me.
Well, this time, would you kindly leave my horse here? I find I miss him.
I don't need your horse, Captain. I don't need none of you. Before I leave, I want to tell you something. The British know that you're coming, and they know where you're going. They're waiting for you at the falls of the Ohio.
Sam. How do you know about this?
Leela told me, Mr. Boone. Part of her tribe's been marching with the British. When she heard my name, she came to warn me.
How many men do the British have?
Major Ferguson has 50 men.
I reckon we're going to have to vote on this. Do Sam and the girls stay or do they go? Mingo?
I say they stay.
Mac?
Stay.
Captain?
I'm surprised I even get a vote.
Captain, you're still a member of this party. It's not a majority vote. We all agree they go or they stay. What's your decision?
You're in a hurry, Mr. Boone. Having the girl along will slow you up.
Truth of the matter, she probably can out-travel any of us. It's no worry.
At least he did bring my horse back. That shows some degree of honesty. As far as I'm concerned, they stay.
Guess it's up to you, Ben.
When a man lives with hate long enough, it gets to be a habit. If what she says is true, it seems we all owe her something. I won't cause no more trouble.
I'm sorry that my people have wronged you. If it will help right the wrong, use the knife. That is good. Now we will be friends.
I reckon we're all agreed. Let's get those horses hitched up and pack our gear. Let's move out.
You don't mean you're going to try and make this trip at night?
We've moved a lot further and a lot faster than they thought we could. There's a good chance we can still beat them at the falls.
What if we don't?
I don't borrow trouble, Captain. We've got enough of it as it is. Let's just wait and see what happens. All right, let's keep her moving. Beat us to the crossing after all.
That Indian girl said there were 50 men down there.
There are. They've got a trap down there. They're just hoping to make us come to them.
With 6 men?
Well, we're going to see if we can make them come to us. Let's get the canvas off this little beauty so our friends can see her. Mike, light this. Everybody make a little contribution of powder here. Ben, hand me some of that trace shank.
What do you hope to gain with this foolish gesture?
Time, Captain, time. If any of them try to come up this hill, a lot of them won't make it to the top.
Looks like they're gonna make a fight of it. You don't suppose that messenger could have been wrong about them not having ammunition?
I think it's a bluff, Mr. Foss. But there's no need to take unnecessary risks. You'll find a white shirt hanging in my quarters. Please get it for me.
White shirt?
A flag of truce. I think I'll have a conference with Mr. Boone.
Yes, sir.
Flag of truce. What do you suppose he hopes to gain by that? I don't know. Just one way to find out.
It's a trap, Boone. You can't just walk into it.
They don't have to trap us, Captain. They know we're outnumbered.
Mr. Boone, I'd like to have a talk with you.
You can't go down there, man. They'll kill you or take you captive.
Ringo, you can't miss from here.
Just stand out of the way, Daniel.
I aim to.
What kind of man is that would walk down there unarmed?
Captain, when you understand what kind of a man he is, you may want to call off that duel.
Mr. Boone, allow me to introduce myself.
Major Ferguson, His Majesty's Royal Fusiliers. You got 50 men down there.
You seem to know as much about me as I know about you. May I ask where you got your information?
I didn't ask you where you got yours. And that white shirt you've been waving around, I take it you didn't walk all the way up this hill just to surrender.
Mr. Boone, I like you. It's too bad we couldn't have met under more pleasant circumstances.
Come to the point, Major. What is it you want?
To make a bargain.
I'll listen to it.
I want your cannon.
What have you got to offer in return?
Your life and the lives of the men you have with you. I see no need for unnecessary killing.
Well, I'll have to talk to them. They're a determined bunch.
I'll give you an hour.
It'll be sundown soon. I'll give you an answer by dawn.
I do not think you are in a position to dictate terms, Mr. Boone.
Well, now that's where we disagree, Major. You see that cannon up there?
It's rather useless without shot or powder, isn't it?
But you can't be sure that we don't have powder and shot. Now, you just said you don't want any unnecessary killing. So you give me till dawn. Because if you try to come up that hill and take it, I guarantee you, Major, somebody's going to get hurt.
I will give you your time, Boone. But as for anybody getting hurt, I don't know. You see, the powder that you expected to pick up at the pass of the Falls of the Ohio is safely in my hands. Until dawn.
Well, what did he want?
Captured our powder. If we'll give up our cannon, we can all go free. We've got until dawn to make up our minds.
Mr. Boone, they find Malila here. They ain't about to let her go. They'll shoot her as a spy.
I know that, Sam.
Well?
What would you do, Captain?
Well, a good soldier more or less have to sacrifice one life to save 6 others, but...
Now, you just simmer down, son. Ain't nobody gonna hurt that girl. She's a friend of mine.
You got any other ideas, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Boone, I have. We let the girl go. I'm sure she can find her way back to her village. Lynn here can join her later. She can take my horse.
What about the cannon?
Well, without powder, our mission's a failure anyway.
Yeah. If bad goes to worse, we can always blow it up. I'm no expert in these matters, but I've had a fowling piece blow up in my hand when the muzzle was plugged with mud. I don't see it make any difference with a cannon.
But if we blow the cannon up, it ain't gonna be much help to Major Clark at Fort Vincennes.
No, it's true.
If I come this far, I ain't gonna give up now. Not without a fight.
Daniel, if I voted to surrender, I'd be in the minority. What did you have in mind?
I don't know about the rest of you, but I didn't come this far to leave that powder in British hands. Go. Just might work.
What are you talking about?
I want you to wake up Ben and Sam and McAfee and get them started cutting logs. I need enough to build 2 stone boats. And I've got to get a wrench.
Would you mind telling me what you have in mind, or is that asking too much?
I aim to take that cannon apart and haul it into Vincennes piece by piece. I don't say we'll all get to where we're going, but if that major wants a cannon, it may take him a while to find all the parts. Good job, Sam. Come on. Sam, you know how to get to Vincennes.
Yes, sir.
Ben, you know how to get there, too. And don't stay too close together. If that British major wants this cannon, it'll take him a while to find all the parts. Cross the river when you're in the clear, and we'll try to meet downstream tomorrow. This rig doesn't look much like a cannon up real close. But at night and moving fast, it might just serve a purpose. We're going to drive this rig right through the British camp. It'll cause a little diversionary action.
Yes, chances are it'll get me killed.
Well, I'll admit there's a real good chance you're going to be shot at.
Well, I want to thank you for those words of encouragement.
You drive on down to the point and wait for me, Mingo. I don't want our friends to miss having a chance to get a real good look at this little beauty.
Mr. Boone, you've outlined what everyone else is to do except you and I.
Captain, you and I are going down that British camp and get that powder. Now, you've got a real good jump on them. But if the British or any of their hired hands start pressing you, dump that gun and run. But make sure you dump it where the water's deep.
Oh, we'll know how to dump her, Mr. Boone. We've been together so long now, I've developed quite a fondness for her.
Good luck, Sam.
That's all the luck I need, Mr. Boone, just sitting right there in that cannon.
We'll see you, Mr. Boone.
Have a good trip, man.
Aim to, Dan.
Now, when you get through that British camp...
I appreciate you saying when instead of if.
Well, you're going to have a lot of people on your tail. But when they get close, cut that outfit loose. Cross the river, head downstream. But be sure and bring the horses. We're going to need them to tote that ammunition.
I'll bring the horses. Good luck, Daniel.
I'm not real sure who needs the luck most, you or me. Give us 5 minutes, Captain.
Mr. Boone, I want you to know one thing. For the first time since we started this mission, I have the feeling you just might succeed.
Thanks, Captain. Man never knows what he can do till he tries.
I'm just beginning to appreciate that.
You wouldn't be apologizing to me, would you?
I might, if you'll accept it. We still have a long road to go together. I see no reason why we shouldn't travel it as friends.
Sometimes it makes the going easier. You're after Mingo. It's time to go.
It's the cannon, Mr. Foss. The cannon!
You men come with me!
Take care of the guards back at the shack.
Help me! Captain, let's get this powder in the brush and hide it. Come on, climb through.
Did you overtake that cannon, Mr. Force?
Oh, yes, we overtook the cannon, Major. The crazy engine dumped in the river, sank in the mud.
Well, at least we've got their powder. Let's get it loaded back on that wagon and move the company out.
I think our time is just about run out. At least we've saved half of it. You go ahead, I'm gonna blow the rest. Well, there's your cannon, Captain. All put back together and just about as good as new.
Thanks to you?
Well, I'd say thanks to everybody here. Now, all you've got to do is get it to Vincennes.
Don't worry about that. We'll get it there.
Mingo and I are going back for the ammunition. Most likely we'll catch up with you. Good luck.
Thanks. Good luck to you.
Forward! Ho!
Slavery is not against the law.
Well, some places it is, some places it isn't. We've agreed. In this settlement, slavery is not welcome.
You've agreed. Is this agreement written down? Is it a law?
It doesn't need writing. Enough handshakes, and it is the law in these parts.
All right, all right. If that's what the council wants, I'll abide. But let me point out that your agreement will keep us all poor for the rest of our lives.
Nobody's starving.
Nobody's starving. Is that what you all want? Not to starve? Is that the reason we came out to this new land here? Not to starve? Or did we come out to build up this new land as fast as we know how? And you, Jed, how about you? I mean, a man your age. Couldn't you use a little more help at harvest time?
I expect we all could.
But you can't afford hired help. I can't neither. And that's the reason I bought 2 slaves.
There's no getting around it, Daniel. With a few extra hands, we could put a lot more bread on the table during the long winter.
You know how I feel about slavery, Jed. I say no. And I hope I speak for most of the settlers.
Well, now, maybe you do and maybe you don't. I, for one, think you speak for yourself and no one else.
You're welcome to think whatever you like, Taggart.
Well, this is a fine way to conduct a council meeting. Let one man ride herd and all the rest. If Boone here really believes he speaks for most of the settlers, he shouldn't mind letting them decide what they want.
Well, it seems to me they've already decided. You're the only one that owns slaves.
We've been going on quite a spell. I move we close the meeting and take this up again next week.
Now, hold on a moment, Jed. One moment. Gentlemen, I suggest we hold a vote. Let each settler make up his own mind. Unless, of course, our esteemed leader, Mr. Boone, is offended by the democratic process to decide the issue.
All right, we'll have that vote, Taggart. And if you lose, your slaves go free.
Agreed.
All members in favor, raise their hands. Adjourn till 2 days from now, when you'll vote.
Persuasive talker, that Taggart, isn't he? And a bad thinker.
I thought you'd never get here.
What business? After him! Hold your fire! Now, you'll be a lot better off passing the word and seeing to your own livestock. Mingo and I'll track you.
What if it's running in a pack, Mr. Boone?
Well, Miss Smith, that's not likely unless it's winter and he can't get anything to eat. Now, don't worry. Come on, Mingo.
You know, everything would be simplified if the wolf got Boone instead of the other way around. We'll just wait and see what happens.
Daniel Boone, what a doer, what a dream come true was Daniel Boone. From the coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippinest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a Boone, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
Tracks. Get it going anyway. Mingo, Hold your fire, Mingo. He's not going to hurt anybody.
I'm not sure I can share your confidence, Daniel. You'd never believe this at Oxford.
I've heard stories about wolves being friendly to men, but I never put much stock in them.
I've also heard stories of wolves being friendly to men and then turning on them.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Wait. I'll do it. Let's go home.
I never heard anything like that before in my life, Dan. We're sorry to have bothered you, but now we can sleep peaceful with no ravaging wolf to worry about.
Well, you can sleep peaceful, all right, Jed. I didn't kill the wolf.
Pardon me. Ma'am? Did I hear you right, Mr. Boone?
You heard him.
You mean to say that wolf is still free to attack our settlement?
I didn't kill the wolf. And you don't have to worry about him attacking anything. He's harmless, he's friendly, or I wouldn't be here now.
Well, now, I don't know what kind of magic you weave to keep wild animals from harming you, but the rest of us might not be quite so fortunate. However, since you refused to kill the wolf, I'll do it myself. Or do you consider wild animals your sole and exclusive jurisdiction in Boonesboro?
Good night, Mr. Taggart.
Good night, Mr. Boone.
Night, Donald.
Good. Good night.
Be by your place in the morning.
Help you hunt that wolf.
Oh, no, Mr. Smith. Boone has just handed us a golden opportunity. We'll take advantage of it now. By morning, my popularity should have taken a distinct turn for the better.
That Mr. Taggart won't get the wolf, will he, Pa?
Well, it's hard to tell, son, but not until daylight anyway.
That wolf will be back in the wilderness by morning, Israel.
I reckon so. He'd be getting back to his family.
How do you know he's got a family?
He wouldn't have been that nice to you if he didn't have a family.
Makes real good sense.
And it makes real good sense to me if you and I fetch in the wood for the night, Israel.
You know, there's always something needs doing around here.
Go on, young man. Go on. Your chores have to be done. Dan, do you feel all right?
Oh, a little weary. But nothing a good night's sleep won't take care of.
Need something to eat first. You're gonna need all your strength for the arguing with Mr. Taggart.
I saw him too, Pa.
It's him, all right.
Well, shoot, Dan.
He bother you, Israel?
No, Pa.
You, Becky?
No. But what about Israel's pet deer?
Israel, get that cooked meat off the table.
Okay, Pa.
If he was going to bother that deer, he would have done it by now.
Here you go, Pa.
Come on, boy. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on.
Be careful, Dan. Well, we've had enough excitement around here for one day. It's time for all young men to go to sleep.
That means me.
That means both of you.
Well, come on, Ezra, and I'll carry you up.
Oh, he's getting heavy.
Pa, won't the wolf come back now that you've fed it?
Oh, he probably will.
What'll happen then?
Well, if he makes a habit of it, he's sure to get killed.
Isn't there anything you can do about it?
I don't figure there is.
Yes, there is, Pa. You can at least see that Mr. Taggart don't kill him.
You're right. I can do that.
Promise?
I hate to bother you, Daniel, but I thought you might like to know. Taggart and Smith are out tracking the wolf.
I'm right with you.
They're fresh. You can't be too far away. Adam.
Yes, sir?
You and Joseph fan out that way. If you see him, yell. Smith and I will go through here.
Yes, sir.
No. We'll get closer and get a better shot at him.
He sure don't seem to care much whether he lives or dies.
Just dumb, that's all. This'll put him out of his misery.
There you are. No need for that. This animal belongs to me.
Just who are you?
The name's Jarvis.
That wolf's been stalking our settlement.
Not this wolf. He probably was looking for help. For me. Got myself tangled up in a bear pit.
A bear pit? We very seldom have people traveling in these parts. We had no way of knowing.
Yeah, I guess I done plumb forgot about civilized people and their ways. Well, I'll keep the wolf close from now on.
Take it you raised him yourself.
Not exactly. I've been west of a river called the Mississippi for now under 3 years. In a country where they never seen a white man afore, where the Indians are called Sioux, Ree, and Apache. Well, one night, about a year ago, I reckon, I'm in this cave, dozing off, and I feel fur rubbing up against me. Not much could I do, but I just sat there all night with my eyes wide open. Didn't even know what kind of critter it was till daybreak. And I got my first peek at him. Sitting there crouched a few feet away from me. Still felt uneasy. So acting natural as I could, I collected my belongings and took my leave of that cave. Next night I made camp, he showed up again. Fed him that time. We've been together ever since.
Well, that's a very tender story, Mr. Jarvis. But you better stand aside now. That wolf's a danger in our settlement.
I told you that wolf don't mean no harm.
We don't figure it that way. Now stand aside.
Now, you only got one bullet in that rifle. If you shoot that wolf, you're gonna have me after you. If you shoot me, the wolf will get you. But you know, like I said, that wolf don't mean no harm, but it's only up to a point.
Smith, hold your rifle on him.
Taggart, you're gonna have me to deal with, too.
Well, Daniel Boone stands next to a breed and a wolfman from the wilderness instead of his own settlers.
So you're Daniel Boone.
It's my friend Mingo.
Howdy.
Those Indian tribes you mentioned, Mr. Jarvis, I've never heard of them.
Yeah, and there's a lot more out there you ain't heard of, too. It's the eighth wonder of the world, that land west of that river. It's the kind of land a man like you'd take to, Daniel. Wide open country, plenty of room, rivers flowing the year round, and mountains reaching up into the sky like you never dreamed of.
Well, it sounds exciting. What brings you to the settlement?
Supplies. Men. I can't rope that new land out there by myself. When I figured I was close to Boonesboro, I was hoping I'd run into you. You and me. We're the kind of men the wilderness was made for. Someone that loves it and tames it at the same time.
Sounds like you might be making me a proposition.
I sure am. It's a kind of experience that don't come along but once in a lifetime.
Well, I can't say it doesn't warm my blood, but I got a wife and a family. And...
Daniel Boone, family man? That does come as a surprise. But I don't reckon you'd have the kind of family that holds you back from the kind of work you love. The kind you was cut out for.
Nope. But I've got enough to keep me busy right here in the settlement.
You don't mean critters like that Taggart that was just here? That's work for boys, not a man like yourself.
We'll talk about it later. But you're welcome to stay at my cabin while you're here. And it just could be that one of Becky's home-cooked meals might be as exciting as that new country you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe you're right, but I'll decline your invite just the same. Already got me a nice warm cave picked out where me and the wolf would be bedding down.
Well, have it your own way, but the invitation still stands.
And the same goes for my invite. Much obliged to both of you for your help. Let's go, Wolf. Come on.
Here goes a man that lives as free as the eagle.
That he does.
I'd you like to meet that wolf man, Pa?
His name is Jarvis, Israel.
Well, anyway, I'd sure like to meet him. Him and his wolf must have had a lot of scary times.
Oh, I'm sure Mr. Jarvis could tell you some fine adventures, Israel. But so can your father. You know, Boonesboro was a wilderness when we came here, too.
Did you ever live with the wolf, Pa?
Nope.
I think our son's going to grow up to be a trailblazer, Dad.
Well, he could pick a lot worse things. Opening up new country. It was hard to find a better feeling, knowing that you're the first.
Pa, why don't we go back with Mr. Jarvis like he asked you to?
Well, Israel, I don't think he had all of us in mind. You know, trailblazing takes a man a long way from home.
That wouldn't bother me none.
Oh? What about your ma? How do you think she'd feel?
Mothers spoil everything.
Well, is that a fact? Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint you, young Mr. Boone. Now that you finished your breakfast, you go get your grammar book and do your lesson for the day.
Oh, Ma!
Now! Dan, you know, all you've talked about since you've got up is Mr. Jarvis.
Well, he's a fine fellow, Becky. I want you to meet him. That country he talks about sure sounds big and beautiful.
And you'd like to be there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, man can't have everything. I've got you, wonderful family, a lot of good friends.
Just the same, if trailblazing's what you want, well, we'll make do somehow. Though I don't mind telling you, Boonesboro suits me just fine.
Mothers really don't spoil everything.
This is as far as you can go now, boy. Stay here. Give me a tankard.
That the Wolfman, Taggart? Boys, our visitor here goes by the name of Jarvis. Jarvis. He can tell you all about the wilderness, if you are interested.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Taggart. Thought you'd be home guarding against that wild animal of mine.
I'm surprised you didn't bring him with you, seeing as how human you claim he is.
Not human, Taggart. Just a wolf that gets along with people.
Oh? You're a man prefers animals to people, is that it?
Some people.
Yep. There's got to be something wrong with a man that stoops to living with wolves.
Now, you've gone just about as far as you can with that mouth of yourn. My advice, you tend to your business and I'll tend to mine.
That wolf just attacked my place. Tore down one of my fences. Killed some of my livestock. Would have killed me and the wife, too, if he didn't lock ourselves in the cabin just in time.
How long ago, Smith?
Just a few minutes ago.
But that can't be. I left him on the edge of the settlement just a little while ago.
You calling Smith and his missus a liar? Where do you think you're going?
Down in my way.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't have Boone to help you now.
I don't need no help.
You're not going anywhere until you pay, Jarvis. And you're going to pay the hard way. I'll take care of Boone, too. Come that boat tomorrow.
Morning, Miss Smith.
Morning. My husband's into town for supplies.
I hear that wolf put a pretty good scare into you.
You should have killed that animal, Mr. Boone.
Well, it appears so. But I'm glad nothing happened to you or your husband. What'd he do, just come charging in here?
Yes, that's what he done.
Well, the least I can do is mend that fence he tore up. Where is it?
It's around in back. But my husband, he fixed it before he left.
Oh? Well, what about the livestock? What did you lose?
Chickens, mostly. It's been kind of you to stop by.
Well, I feel responsible. I'd like to make the loss up to you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Mr. Boone. If you don't mind, I'll be getting back to my chores. A woman's work is never done.
Have a good day, Miss Smith. Morning, Jed.
Becky told me I'd find you over here. Daniel, the more I see of that Taggart, the less I like him.
Well, then don't see too much of him.
He's got the settlers all worked up.
Well, neither he nor the settlers had any right to do what they did to Jarvis.
Are you forgetting the wolf destroying Smith's property?
That wolf wasn't anywhere near here.
You sure of that?
If I wasn't before, I am now. Mrs. Smith doesn't carry off alive very well.
Well, then you better get busy telling the settlers. If they don't know the truth, you ain't got much chance of beating Taggart in that vote tomorrow.
Yeah, that may be so. I only hope they're not gullible enough to go along with Taggart and slavery. Morning.
Smith.
Everything going all right, Tiger? The way I figure it, I stand a 50-50 chance to win that vote tomorrow.
Yeah, my bit of play, I can fool everybody, huh?
But I'd like to make positively sure I win.
I don't follow you, Tiger.
Well, if I kill that wolf, I'm sure I'll pick up enough votes to win.
Yeah, I reckon so.
So, when everybody else is sitting down to the noonday meal, we're gonna do it. This time, Boone or nobody else is gonna stop us, huh?
It's all right now, boy. Sit now. Sit. What you doing here, boy?
Are you Mr. Jarvis?
Uh-huh. And who would you be?
I'm Israel Boone.
Well, if you're a Boone, you're welcome. Come on in. You didn't come all the way out here to be scared, did you? Cat got your tongue? Didn't your pa tell you that that wolf liked humans?
Uh-huh. But I ain't ever been this close to a wolf before.
Well, come on over here and pat him on the head. He likes that. See, he likes that. Do it again. Yeah, he knows you're Daniel Boone's son.
Well, he couldn't know that.
Wouldn't be too sure. Animals can sense more than we give them credit for. Your ma know you're out here?
Not unless you can sense it. But I just had him at you and the wolf. Does he have a name?
Nah, hadn't gotten around to giving him one yet.
If we was to go in the wilderness, do you think I could make friends with a wolf?
Hard telling. Maybe if you started out with a cub.
I'd sure like to go. See all those new places.
I reckon you just have to wait till you grow up a bit.
I reckon so. But then Pa may change his mind. He ain't too happy today.
That makes two of us. What got your pa so upset?
What Taggart and the others did to you.
Maybe that beating wasn't for nothing after all. Hello. Well, howdy.
Look, Pa.
They took to each other without a hitch.
I just came down to see how you were feeling.
Mauda knowed settlements was more savage in the wilderness.
Jarvis, Taggart's using you and the wolf to get back at me.
Yeah, I figured as much. When I get through with him, he won't bother you no more.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I'd like for you to leave him to me.
Well, it is asking a lot.
He comes up against me tomorrow in a vote. That's the way I'd like it settled.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Fair enough. Hey, maybe you'll be the one that gets beat. And then you'll see that trailblazing is the honest way of life for you.
Well, maybe. But you come along with Israel, me. Becky wants to do something about those bruises.
Can we take the wolf, Pa?
We better leave him here. He's found himself a girlfriend. She's ugly and scroungy, but he likes her. Go on, boy, go on.
Maybe him and his friend have run away.
Well, reckon I had to lose him sometime.
It ain't right, Joseph.
You got a new invention for cutting up wood?
I ain't thinking about wood. It's Mr. Taggart going after that wolf.
I wouldn't worry none about no wolf.
Well, he's a living thing that's loved by someone.
Stop worrying about things you can't change. It leads to trouble.
Yeah, but still in all, I wonder what Mr. Boone and Mr. Jarvis would do if they knowed.
Don't you go fooling around in white man's business.
I'm glad you could come, Mr. Jarvis. I'd like to hear more about this new land of yours.
Thank you, ma'am. I didn't think women cared much for trailblazing talk.
Oh, you don't mind if you're married to a trailblazer. And my husband's thinking along those lines again.
Now, Becky,
You think I don't know what you're feeling?
I reckon she does at that.
You'd like it out there, ma'am. Nights are clear, the weather's dry. And there's mountains. You can see for miles in the distance. And you can never feel lonesome with a mountain before your eyes. And they got an animal out there they call the buffalo. Gonna change this country one of these days.
What's a buffalo?
Well, it's bigger than a cow and stronger than an ox. It's got horns twisting out of its skull. And there are millions of them.
You're making it sound mighty uninviting to a woman.
But, Ma, that's the whole fun of it. All those strange animals.
Reckon us wilderness lovers have got you outnumbered, Becky.
It looks like you do. But tell me this. If you fine, strong men are out chasing new trails, how are the settlements going to grow up and become regular towns?
Well, midwife in a settlement's a job for women.
Oh, is it now? And just how is a woman supposed to stop men like Taggart?
You got yourself quite a woman there. Mend up a bruise, cook a scrumptious meal, and argue like a... I bet you she could argue the horns off of one of them buffalo.
You better watch out, Jarvis. She's going to convince you that you need a wife.
No, sir, not me. I'm not the settling down kind.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. He's going after the wolf, Mr. Boone.
Thank you. You did the right thing by coming here. Jarvis, you and I have got some hunting to do.
Now all we have to do is go around and wait for him on the other side. Right.
animal. All that running did was to pump more blood out of him.
Can't have much use for humans now. Not even you, Jarvis.
It's my fault. Should have known better than to civilize him. He was born a wild thing. And a wild thing he should have stayed.
If you touch him, she'll attack.
Easy now, gal. I just want to take a look at him. Looks like that bullet tore through his chest. If it did, just bleed to death. Sorry, boy. There ain't nothing else I can do for you except put you out of your misery.
If you kill him, we're gonna have to kill her, too. Here, take my knife. See if you can cut that bullet out. If it didn't enter the chest, the bleeding might stop. But get on with it. She's not gonna sit out there much longer.
Now, boy. Easy now. Easy. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but I'm trying to help you. Easy. Got it. Easy now. It didn't enter the chest.
Try to bandage it if you can.
But if he walks, he'll start bleeding again. Maybe this will help.
There's no harm in leaving him here. I reckon she'll take good care of him.
I reckon.
He'll come back to you when he's strong enough.
Daniel, you go on ahead. I think I'll sit here a spell and make sure he's all right.
I'll be at the settlement if you need me.
You already done more than enough. I'll take care of the rest of it.
I wouldn't want you to do anything foolish.
Killing Taggart ain't foolish. Makes all the sense in the world.
Jarvis, I asked you to let me handle Taggart my way.
It was before he shot my wolf.
Look, he's mean and ambitious. But Taggart doesn't need killing. What he needs is some good, strong medicine.
Never thought I'd live to see the day when a trailblazer like Daniel Boone handling Taggart like a schoolmarm. Taggart's my business now. It's a matter twixt two men, me and him and nobody else. It ain't gonna be settled by no voting.
Now, that's where you're wrong, Jarvis. I know how you feel about that wolf. But you've been out in the wilderness too long. Taggart and slavery is the settlement's business, and that makes it mine. And we're gonna settle it by voting, not by killing.
You gonna back Taggart up then?
You don't leave me much choice.
All right. You can deliver a message for me. You can tell him I'll be coming in after him.
I wish you'd think that over.
I have. You don't leave me no choice neither. If you get in my way, I'll have to kill you too.
barkeep, drinks for everybody.
To the killer wolf!
Fine celebration. Celebrating the death of an animal that hurt no one.
It's disgraceful, Mingle.
Wolf hard to bring down, Taggart?
Well, I'll tell you, I'd say he gave us a pretty good run for our money, didn't he, Mr. Smith?
You bet your life he did.
And with Boone and Jarvis coming in from the other direction to try to stop us, well, I had to keep a pretty steady finger on the old trigger. But I got him. I got him. There'll be no more plundering of our homes by that devil.
You ought to get your facts straight, Taggart. You didn't kill him.
I saw that wolf drop with my own eyes.
If you hadn't been so busy running off, you'd have seen him get up.
I'm sorry you said that, Boone. If you think I was running from you or Jarvis, you're mistaken.
And why were you in such a hurry to leave? Afraid we wouldn't buy what you and Smith cooked up?
What's the matter, Boone? You getting desperate? You worrying about that vote tomorrow?
What did he promise you, Smith? A couple of slaves if he wins?
You say that wolf didn't attack, I say it did. You calling me a liar?
I reckon I'm calling you a liar.
Stay out of it, Smith.
Still figuring on killing him?
Shape you're in, you couldn't stop me.
You wouldn't want to try it and see.
All right, I'll go along with it your way. After all, you still might lose that vote and end up coming with me. Ain't the vote counted yet?
They's waiting for Mr. Cudahy to come out now.
If and Boone wins, I hear tell you're gonna be free men.
That's right.
That country out there, it's gonna need good, strong men. You're welcome to come along with me if you're so inclined.
Why, thank you, Mr. Jarvis. We like that just fine.
Morning, Jarvis.
Morning, Daniel.
Yeah, I just want you to know that win or lose, I'm going to stay. Becky's got a pretty good point. Somebody should stay here and look after the settlement, at least for a while.
I figured as much.
The vote count reads 57 for Boone and 5 for Taggart.
You big kitty man, I'll still be waiting on you. It's been nice knowing you, folks.
Will you get over here?
What is it?
Now, you just stay put, Grandpa, and mind your manners. You just stay put, old boy. It took a little doing, but I got him.
But the way you were yelling, I thought you were in some sort of trouble.
Well, I was. I almost lost him 2 or 3 times.
I almost broke my leg getting here to look at some fish.
Well, not just some fish. This is Grandpa. I've been trying to get him for a long time.
Why?
Well, take a look at him. He'll go 2.5 pounds at least.
Oh, you fisherman. You catch something that any self-respecting Indian would throw back in. And suddenly it's larger than the whale that swallowed Jonah. The one thing I can't understand is, why?
Well, likely it makes us feel a little bigger than we really are. You reckon?
I reckon. I also reckon that if you'll stop admiring that overgrown minnow, you might listen to what I have to say.
Oh, I'm listening.
Well, before you started yelling, I was trying to make out some tracks that I found on the trail back there. Fresh tracks. Peculiar.
Man or beast?
Both. One was a mule, the other a man. Now, the mule was wearing shoes, and the man was barefoot.
Sounds like a very unselfish person. Which direction were they headed?
The man or the mule?
How's that?
Well, the mule went one way, and the man went the other.
Well, why do you reckon a man and a mule parted company?
Probably it was the mule's decision.
Barefoot. Man's barefoot. He couldn't have gone very far. Reckon we ought to take a look. Grandpa, I'll be back for you another day.
It makes me ashamed. I haven't cried out loud, that is, since I was a young one.
Well, I have young'uns, and whenever they cry, I always ask them where they hurt. I reckon that's what I'll have to ask you.
I'm past feeling any hurt. They're gone. Most likely dead by now.
Well, who's gone?
My dear wife and my boy. Carried away by those murdering devils. I've looked, and I've looked, till I'm worn out with looking. But I've got to find them. Alive or dead. I've just got to find them.
Daniel Boone. From a coonskin cap on the top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe, the rippenest, roaringest, fightingest man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boom, what a doer, what a dream come a truer was he.
You mean you never saw your little boy again?
Never saw him again. He was just about your size, too. Very manly lad, my little Freddie.
Gee, that's a terrible thing. Pa,
Yes, Sizzle?
what would you do if you never saw me again?
I'm afraid I wouldn't do very well. Would I, Becky?
No, you wouldn't. And neither would I. I just wish I could say something to comfort you, Mr. Ledbetter.
Well, you could call me Jasper. The only Mr. Ledbetter I ever knew was my pa.
Are you sure those Indians were Delaware?
Well, being from the East, I don't know my Indian tribes like you people do, but we was traveling through what I understood was their territory. Wasn't much time for introductions, you understand? They just surrounded our wagons, and the last thing I remember was getting hit on the head. When I come to, there they were. 4 men lying dead. And my wife and my little boy gone. I buried the dead and started looking for my family. Those Indians must have carried them off. They must have.
But why? Considering they didn't even take time to lift your scalp.
Well, my wife's a very pretty woman. I know it's hard to believe a homely old man like me, but my Lucy's as pretty as...
As pretty as my ma?
Well, Lucy's a bit older, but she's still as dainty as a little doll. She has a lovely hair, sort of a pale yellow color of wheat when the sun shines on it. And her voice is soft. So soft you have to bend down sometimes to hear what she's saying. Maybe one of those Indians is partial to yellow hair. I've got to think that, Miss Boone. I just got to. It's the only thing that keeps me going, keeps me believing that they might not kill her. First, I'd hope that she and little Freddie had got away. You know how you hope. But then, if they had, I'd have found them.
Jasper, where did you pick up that mule?
That fool mule. I got him in Maysville. I should have bought me a horse, but the man in the stable says, thing to get is a mule. I reckon he had one he wanted to get rid of. Took all the money I had. Looking back on it, I'd like to poke that man in the nose. And come to think of it, I'd like to poke that mule in the nose, too. You know, it's the only animal I ever met that didn't like me. He didn't like me from the start. I could tell by the way he looked at me. You know what he did one night while I was sleeping?
What?
He ate one of my boots. That's how come you found me barefoot. My feet haven't been warm since.
Why don't you move over there by the fire, Jasper, and warm them up? Here's we'll get that chair.
No, I hope I'll be able to walk by tomorrow. It feels good.
I don't know about that. They look like they need a lot of rest.
I can't rest. I gotta find my family. Mr. Boone, I need your help. I know it's a lot to ask, but sometimes a man's just gotta ask, even beg.
Well, there's no need to, Jasper. I'll give you all the help I can.
You mean that? You give me your word?
I give you my word.
You're everything that people say you are.
Well, I hope not everything.
Well, even in Pennsylvania, where I come from, people speak of Daniel Boone, speak highly. And when I got to Maysville, wasn't a soul didn't say Daniel Boone's the only man in the world can help you. Mr. Boone, I haven't got anything. But I'll make it up to you somehow. I don't know exactly how, but I will.
There's no need to worry about that, Jasper. Come in.
Becky,
Yeah? Well, how are you feeling, Mr. Ledbetter?
Well, my feet are still cold, but my heart's warmed up considerable.
How are your feet, Mingo?
Hmm? About the same as usual, I guess. Why?
Because you and I are going for a walk. A pretty long one.
I thought you were going to say something like that.
Now, Dan, can't it wait until morning?
Well, I'd like to be well on my way by morning.
Where? Where are you going to start?
You said it was the Delaware, so we'll start with the Delawares. I think we should travel separately.
Very well.
We've got a lot of ground to cover and not much time to do it in. Israel, you take care of your ma.
Sure, Pa.
You take care of those feet.
Wish I could go with you, Mr. Boone. It just don't seem right somehow. You doing all this for a stranger and me just sitting here in front of the fire all warm and comfortable.
We haven't done anything yet. You just keep hoping that we do.
I'll keep hoping, and I'll do a little praying, too.
I'll be right back.
My grandpa brought me a whole jar full of buttons, all the way from London, England. Would you like to look at them? Would you like to see my new knife? Do you want to play a game I know? I know how you feel, Mr. Jasper. I reckon there's not anything you'd like just now. But you don't need to worry. My pa and Mingo will find your family for you. Honest.
Oh, I feel ashamed. Here you are doing all you can to help me, and I'm sitting here wrapped up in my grief, a selfish old man.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Uncle Jasper. I was just trying to build up your
I know
hopes.
what you're trying to do. You're trying to make me forget my troubles by finding something I'd like. Well, I'll tell you something I'd like.
What's that?
Another one of those cookies your ma baked for supper.
Oh, you would? I want one, too.
There were 7 people in that wagon. He claims that they were attacked by the Delaware.
We've been at peace for many moons. Why would we attack them now?
Well, I was hoping you hadn't.
Your hope is fulfilled, my son.
The answer is no.
Yes, I thought it might be, but I am grateful that it is. I beg your pardon, stranger. Have you seen a lady with pale yellow hair and a little boy named Freddie?
Nope. I regret to say I haven't. Stranger?
Well, neither have I. I traveled almost as far as the headwaters of the Muskingum, and I accomplished nothing, except perhaps to make several persons rather angry.
I did a good deal of that myself.
Daniel, I'm beginning to think that you and I have been sent on a fool's errand.
Glad to hear you say that. I don't like feeling foolish all by myself.
Jasper claimed he was attacked somewhere near Maysville. You did talk to the people there.
No one knew anything about it.
Yes, and unless everyone is lying, no one in the Delaware Territory knows anything about it. I find that very curious.
Jasper was addled, confused. He was hurt, grieving for his wife and his boy. He must have made a mistake because he was confused.
Mightily confused. Between the two of us, we've tracked for miles and miles. If Jasper's wagon had been attacked, there would have been some trace of it, and yet we found nothing. And where are the graves of the 4 men he buried? If there had been a massacre, someone would know.
Well, you'd think they would. On the other hand, why would Jasper bother to lie about it?
The answer to that would be very interesting.
Well, there's only one way to find out, Mingo. Let's go home.
Uncle Jasper! Uncle Jasper!
Hello, boy.
Guess what I got, Uncle Jasper? Go on, guess.
Let me see now. What could it be? An elephant.
No, it's something really. A present for you. Something you want real bad.
Oh, then it couldn't be an elephant. Let's see. Is it a... It's a cloudburst.
No.
I'm disappointed. I've always wanted my own cloudburst.
Do you give up?
Yeah, I give up. Well, sir, I'm beholden to you, Israel.
Go on, try them on. They'll fit, too.
How do you know they will?
I measured your foot while you were asleep last night.
You know, I felt something tickling me, and I thought I was dreaming about a feather.
I measured everybody's feet, and the only one came close to you was Cincinnatus.
You didn't go out and steal these for me, did you, boy?
Prominently, no. If I'd done that, my ma would wear a board out on me. Or if she didn't, my pa would. Cincinnatus gave them to you.
Best present I ever had. How am I going to thank Cincinnatus?
Oh, I already did. He said you're welcome.
Oh, my golly, they do fit.
Of course, they're not his Sunday ones.
I don't want the Sunday ones. Sundays wouldn't be broke in so good.
Hello, Jasper.
Yeah.
I have a present for you, too.
Miss Boone, this is a beautiful shirt.
Well, it's warm.
And so are you, ma'am. And so is the whole Boone family. Warm and kind.
Well, you just wait. When my pa gets back, I bet you he'll have a present for you, too.
Come along, son.
I'm sorry, Jasper. I couldn't find a trace of them, neither could Mingo.
Israel, I think you should go out and play a while.
Oh, Ma.
I can tell you one thing, though. It wasn't the Delaware that attacked your wagon.
I'm afraid he's right, Mr. Ledbetter.
Well, maybe not. But like I said, I don't know one Indian from another, but they were Indians.
Can't you remember anything about them? How they dressed, how they talked?
Well, they didn't talk. They just whooped and hollered and carried on like Indians. Let's not go over all that again. I'm beholden to you for trying, Mr. Boone. You too, Mingo. Just wish there was something I could do, something I could give you to show my appreciation. But like I said, I haven't got anything now. Except this. I forgot I had it. Wish you'd keep it as a sort of remembrance.
Where did you find this, Jasper?
It was where that massacre took place. It was laying on the ground by one of the graves I was digging. Indian dropped it. I don't know how I happened to pick it up. Is something the matter?
That's a rather strange thing for an Indian to be carrying at the time of a massacre.
Well, what do you mean?
That's a peace pipe.
A peace pipe?
A Shawnee peace pipe. It happens to be a tribe we're not particularly friendly with just now. You could have saved us a lot of traveling by showing this to us before.
Never crossed my mind, Mr. Boone. Does that mean that now there's no hope for my wife, my little boy?
I wouldn't say that, Jasper. The Shawnee have been known to take women and small children captive. What I don't understand is how that got there. You mostly see them at council meetings, maybe a burial ground.
Burial ground?
It's one of their customs. That doesn't make any sense. Which way were you traveling when you got to Maysville?
Well, to tell the truth, I don't rightly know. The shock and all. I was just walking, hoping to find some place where I could get some help. Is it real important?
Well, there would be if you knew for sure, but since you don't know, you don't know. So we'll just forget that part of it.
Wish I could be of more help to you.
Well, I wish you could too, Jasper, but a man doesn't think straight at a time like that. So we'll do just what we know.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, this is Shawnee property. I reckon we ought to return it to him.
Dan, do you think that's wise?
Now, Becky, I told Jasper I'd help him. You wouldn't want me to go back on my word, would you?
No, I don't suppose I would.
It's all right, Miss Boone. It's all right. I'll go. These are my kinfolks, and it's my bounden duty to do what I can for them. At least now I know where they are, and I'll go looking for them. And I'll go alone.
Feel any better?
Well, my feet hurt, but that's nothing new for me. Not that I'm complaining.
Daniel told you, Jasper, there's no need for you to go.
Oh, but I do need. It's my wife and my boy. I'd have gone home before, except then I couldn't even walk.
Well, we know that, but we're not sure what we're going to find. If we find anything. Well, it might be easier if you went back.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You're trying to get rid of me because you figure I'm too old to do my part, but you can do it.
Well, nobody's trying to get rid of you, Jasper. Why don't you stretch out here by the fire and get a little rest? Mingo, I'll stand the first watch. You look like you could use a little sleep, too.
I could indeed.
Mr. Boone, from here on in, I want to do my share of the watching.
Well, thank you, Jasper, but Mingo and I...
No, Mr. Boone, I mean it. I really want to do it. It means a great deal to me.
All right, I'll wake you when it's time.
Now, how soon do you expect to get there?
Well, now, that's a little hard to say when we don't know exactly where we're going.
Will there be a lot of Shawnee?
There'll be enough to go around.
Where do you expect to find them?
Well, almost any place from now on.
Mr. Boone.
Mm-hmm.
Fellow once told me that no matter how far away they were, the Shawnee Indians always carry their dead back to their own burying ground. Now, is that a fact?
They usually try.
That's very interesting. Don't forget to call me when it's my turn to watch.
I won't forget.
I may not be any use on this trip, but I certainly know how to keep my eyes open.
It's over there. I heard it. It's a tiger, a panther or something. It's right over there. I'd go myself, but I dropped my gun accidental. It could be a...
So it was you, you miserable good-for-nothing jackass. I've got something to say to you. To you, too.
And one more question. Why did that mule stray so far? And why in this direction?
I guess he's been here before.
And so has Jasper.
Figures.
Well, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Mm-hmm. But I don't like to think about it.
The first thing you gotta do, Becky, is just relax. Daniel's all right. Of course, I would have been a lot happier if he hadn't gone. But then we can't be laughing and smiling all the time, can we? Because if we was, we wouldn't appreciate good things when they come, would we? What I am trying to say is I sure wish he'd get back.
Oh, there are times I wish Dan wasn't such a man of his word.
Well, then he wouldn't be Daniel Boone, and you wouldn't like that neither.
You're right. I wouldn't like that.
Well, now then, what's your list? What you out of? Sugar, salt?
Oh, I don't need anything, Cincinnatus. I just hoped there might be news from someone riding through.
Well, now, you just relax yourself, Becky. I'm expecting Ben Clark from Salem. I sent him for some supplies, and you can't tell. Maybe he saw Daniel.
I didn't see him, and I didn't look. I got held up by two of the meanest critters I ever seen in my life. You know, you almost lost me. If it hadn't been for my passengers, I don't think I'd be even here to tell the tale.
Passengers? I sent you to Salem for supplies, not to start a stagecoach line.
Well, there's no harm in being kind, is there? It was one of the smartest things I ever done in my life. Yes, sir, that young fella, he stepped in, and he grabbed one of them critters by the leg, and his ma stepped in, and then she hit the other one over the head with her satchel.
His ma?
Yeah, I never seen anything like her.
I do admire a strong woman. Just as long as I ain't married to her.
I said to her, anytime you want to ride, you can hitch onto my wagon, Mrs. Ledbetter.
Did you say Ledbetter?
I said, Mrs. Ledbetter, I'm going to tell everybody in Boonesboro what you done.
Mr. Clark.
There may even be a reward out for catching them men the way you did.
Mr. Clark, where is she?
Who?
Mrs. Ledbetter.
Well, now, there's no need to get mad. I was just trying to tell you what I was trying to...
Where is she?
She's right here.
That's what I was trying to say.
I'm Mrs. Ledbetter, Lucy Ledbetter. And this is my son, little Freddie. You were shouting my name. Something wrong?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Better let me take over, Becky. You wouldn't by any chance be related to a man by the name of Jasper Ledbetter, would you?
Only by marriage. Why? Do you know Jasper?
We know him.
Well, why are you looking at us like we're ghosts or something?
Oh, I'm sorry. But in a way, it's as though we were looking at ghosts. You see, we were told you were captured by the Indians.
Well, who told you that?
Your husband, that's who. Jasper Ledbetter.
That sounds like Jasper.
But why would he tell such a preposterous story?
Oh, it's a long tale. But if we could sit by your fire, and if you happen to have a cup of hot rum handy...
Horace, you must be cold and tired from your trip. Hungry, too.
I might as well tell you right off, I haven't any money. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for your hospitality.
Well, you could start by telling us why your husband set out to hoodwink a lot of us.
Well, knowing Jasper, I figured he found out he couldn't do it by himself, so he came here for help.
And because he knew that Daniel Boone was the one man could get him into Shawnee country.
Well, if you and your ma ain't captives, then what's he lost out there in the Shawnee Territory?
Oh, it's not what he's lost. It's what he expects to find. Gold.
Gold?
Gold? Yeah. I never heard of gold being found in the Shawnee Territory.
Oh, it wasn't found there. It was carried there. You see, Bert Gowan, he's an old friend of my father's, struck it rich someplace out west. Well, he was headed home when the Shawnees jumped him. So he hid the gold and rode his pack mule out.
Well, where's this, Bert Gowan feller now?
Well, he's looking for my father, I imagine.
You see, Bert made a big mistake. He trusted Jasper. He made a map of where the gold was hidden and he showed my husband. Well, Jasper was gone before daybreak. So was the map, and so was Bert's mule.
Did he mention where the gold might be hidden?
All I know is it's somewhere in Shawnee burial ground.
A burial ground?
That's what Bert said. I don't suppose Jasper ever figured I'd follow him out here. But if he finds anything, I'm going to see that Freddie and I get it.
Well, you're not going to get anything, Mrs. Ledbetter. Dan won't go near that burial ground.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't desecrate it. To the Shawnee, that's sacred ground.
Oh, Mrs. Boone, nothing's sacred to Jasper Ledbetter. He's going to get your husband there some way, because he's going to trick him, just like he tricked you all before.
You get some rest. I'll stand watch. I want to feel I'm doing my share after all you've done for me. I'm wide awake tonight. You got no cause for worry.
Jasper, this is Shawnee country. If you must yell for help, we'd appreciate it if you'd yell quietly.
Yeah, if I hear anything, I'll whisper.
Why are we stopping here? Looks like we got a lot of daylight left.
Well, it's a good place to leave the mule. Grass and water. We can pin him up in that little canyon there so he won't stray.
You mean we're all going on from here afoot?
That's what I mean, so climb down off of that mule.
Wouldn't that take a lot longer? My feet ain't in condition for any fast walking anymore.
It might take longer, but it would be a great deal safer.
Why safer?
Well, if your wife and boy are being held captive, they'll be at Chillicothe. That's the main village of the Shawnee. We're getting close, too close to run the risk of traveling any further with this mule.
But what about my Lucy and my little Freddie?
Well, what about them?
Well, when we get them, they may be too weak to travel. Looks like we ought to have the mule with us so as they can ride.
Well, they'll either be able to travel or well, they won't. Now, climb on down. We're wasting a lot of time. Shawnee burial ground.
What are the spears for?
Well, they're war lances. You might say they're warning to keep out.
And I suppose they're
dead bodies up on those platforms, huh?
Yes, they're on the platforms so that the dogs and wild animals can't get at them. Beside each warrior, they place his bow, his shield, his knife, pipe and tobacco, flint and steel, food.
Food?
Yes, food to last until his soul reaches the spirit land.
Not very civilized, huh?
There's the country. The Shawnee village is about 2 miles from here. I reckon we ought to circle and backtrack if we're going to get there by dark.
Circle? Couldn't we just walk right on through?
I reckon you could, but chances are you'd end up as dead as everybody else in there.
Mr. Boone. Mr. Boone. Do you suppose there are any caves in there anywhere?
Yeah, I reckon there could be. Why?
Well, you see, it's this dream I had. Now, ever since they took Lucy and my little Freddie away from me, I've had this dream that they were tied up in an old dark cave. Now, maybe it's a sign. Maybe they're in there in a cave.
That'd be the last place they'd keep them. This is sacred ground.
Well, couldn't we sneak in and make sure there's nobody around to stop us?
Jasper, it seems to me you have a real unhealthy curiosity about Indian cemeteries.
Oh, no, Mr. Boone. It's not that. I've got as much respect for the dead as anybody. Well, I thought if we just walked in and looked, it would ease my mind.
Yes, well, it might ease your mind, but it wouldn't be so comfortable for the rest of you.
Hold it. How much further do we have to go?
Oh, I'd say 4 or 5 miles.
4 or 5 miles. Mr. Boone, I just can't make it. It's not that I don't want to go. I want to help. But I haven't got the strength.
Well, it won't take much, Jasper. I don't like the idea of leaving you behind.
Don't worry about that. The good Lord looks after fools and little children.
Well, are you sure you won't try to follow us after you get your strength back? You see that rock up there? I want you to go up there and get behind it. Mingo and I'll be back by daylight. And no matter what happens, I want you to stay out of sight. You understand?
I promise. And I'm a man of my word. Ask anybody. In Pennsylvania, that is.
Right now, that'd be a little inconvenient. He doesn't look all that tired to me. Mingo, you're a suspicious man. The Indian in me. I don't trust you pale-faces. But I don't like the idea of leaving him here. Well, I'm not real sure I like it either. But on the other hand, I'm not real sure I'd like to have him along. Well, shall we start searching singly or together? I think we should split up. We'll get through quicker. And the sooner I get out of there, the happier I'm going to be. Why don't you take the west side, I'll take the south side, and we'll meet back here. If I'm not back by daylight, don't wait for me. And try not to trip over anything. Yes.
Now, look, listen, I didn't mean any harm. I was just taking a little walk. That was all. I did not mean any harm.
Hey, Jasper, come on out. We want to talk with you. Jasper! Jasper? Jasper! What do you think, Mingo?
I'd like to think he's gone back to Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, Daniel, but I felt there was something wrong right from the beginning, and now I'm certain of it. He's not looking for a wife and child. It's something else, and whatever it is, he wants it badly.
I know. I felt that way myself. I was getting mighty fond of old Jasper.
I remember once you had a pet deer, Daniel. You grew mighty fond of it, but when it reached its full growth, it almost killed you.
The burial ground. That's where he's been.
You know what they'll do to him?
And he probably deserves it. And I reckon I can't stand by and let it happen.
And if you try to interfere, you're apt to wind up burning at the stake beside him.
And that's possible. Mingo, how loud can you yell?
Loud enough when it's necessary. I'm almost afraid to ask, but why?
Because I want you to sound like half the Continental Army when I lead the charge.
When you lead the what?
You heard me, the charge. We'll just knock off a few feathers and then you follow me.
Or we'll both wind up beside him.
Now. Charge!
Follow me!
Mr. Boone,
Hold the talk, Jasper, and start running. We'll have the whole Shawnee Nation on our tail.
Before I go to the happy hunting ground, Mr. Ledbetter, there's one question I'd like you to settle in my mind. Why did you send us after the Delaware when you knew it was the Shawnee you wanted to go to?
I needed time to rest. I was too worn out to travel then. I was worn out from walking. I've always hated walking. I never thought I'd be walking to my own funeral. But considering what I did, I don't deserve any better. But you and Mr. Boone, I did this to you, and there's no way to undo it.
That, Mr. Ledbetter, is the one thing that you've said that happens to be true.
Get him behind the rocks. Here they come.
That's what I call mighty fine shooting.
I told you, remember what I said? I said... Charge! Jasper Ledbetter.
Lucy.
That's Lucy?
That's Lucy.
That's little Freddie.
Well, I'm surprised at you, Mingo. I'd know Lucy Ledbetter and Freddie anywhere, just from Jasper's description. Well, folks, shall we go?
But Lucy, if you just listen, I told you I did it for you and little Freddie so you could have all the things I was never able to give you before.
Jasper, you talk too much. You ain't never done anything in your life, except for yourself. Mr. Boone, since you're the one that's been hurt the most, I'll leave it up to you to name what Jasper's punishment should be.
Well, Ms. Ledbetter, do me one favor, if you would, please. Take him back to Pennsylvania and keep him there. I'm afraid I might start liking him again.
You don't have to worry about that, none. I'll see that we don't get back away from us again.
Lucy, if we go back to Pennsylvania, Bert Gowan is apt to kill me.
I wouldn't be surprised, but at least he'll get his mule back. Come on, Freddie.
Jasper?
I wonder if Jasper really wanted that gold or just wanted to get away from Lucy.
Well, Mingo, what I've seen of her, might have been a little bit of both.
What's that?
I don't know, Ma.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
A frog croak.
Did that bell ring?
I'll wager that boy brought that creature along to church.
Or Miss Hanks?
Yeah, Becky.
Looks like the pastor's going to have a pretty fair turnout.
Oh, I reckon they're here as much for the show as salvation. Him being new and all.
Nervous?
Do I look it?
You oughtn't to be. You look just fine.
And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains and have not charity, I am nothing. Corinthians 13:2.
Let the heathens be wakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Joel 3:12.
Heathens. Polly, they prayed with axes in their hands and a packet of seed.
Like the noble savage. We'll be just like them in time.
You sorry we left Bethlehem?
Andrew, no.
Oh, look at your hands. You've been in the fields again.
Would you like me to be crocheting samplers? Yesterday, the corn was more than an inch high.
You promised me you wouldn't.
Andrew, I am not some Connecticut belle that you treat like a child. I knew we'd have to do our own planting and hoeing if we expected to eat. Besides, the child isn't due until autumn.
And by then, we'll have a full harvest.
They're waiting. You'd better get.
You sound more cane tuck every day.
And not too softly, Andrew.
As sounding brass. Good morning. For my text today, I thought it fitting to quote from Genesis.
He's scared.
Hush, Israel.
Then Isaac sowed in that land and received in the same year 100-fold, and the Lord blessed him. For blessed are those who till the soil and reap their own harvests. Who but the founder of husbandry could think this way? In the dawn of creation, man was a nomad wandering the earth in search of a plot of land he could call his own. The Israelites who settled in Canaan can be likened to the wanderers who braved the perils of the Cumberland Pass to settle in Boonesboro, our Canaan. As today, their villages became walled towns in which farm families lived during the winter. Boundary stones were respected and men lived in peace side by side. The cultivating of land was highly regarded among the Hebrews. Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind. Cattle and creeping thing, and beasts of the field after his kind. And it was so. Who belongs to this creeping thing?
Me, sir.
Israel Boone?
Yes, sir.
What do you call it?
Just Frog, sir.
May I suggest Genesis? Now, Israel, will you promise to bring him every Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Good. When I became a man, I put away childish things. But who among us knows when that time has come?
Top of old Dan to the heel of his rawhide shoe. The rippin'est, roarin'est, fightin'est man the frontier ever knew. Daniel Boone was a man, yes, a big man, and he fought for America to make all Americans free. What a boom, what a doer, what a dream come truer was he.
With a fawn to look after, you think that boy wouldn't have to tote a frog to church.
Well, I don't think anybody got too riled up over that, Becky.
Well, how do you imagine I felt when that creature almost landed in Sarah Kimball's bonnet?
Might have improved the looks of it at that.
Daniel Boone, if you aren't aiming to give that boy a tanning.
You will.
Well, the pastor must think we're raising a little savage.
Well, it seems to me that Andrew Cooper should be mighty grateful to Israel.
Grateful?
Well, sure. It's not every Sunday a green preacher gets to practice a christening on a frog.
Daniel?
There's something inside. I heard it. Rosebud! You know cornbread isn't good for you, Rosebud.
I suppose it's too rich for her blood.
Her coat was getting kind of dull, Ma.
Is that all you have to say about that young man?
Well, for a minute there, I thought we were being raided by the Shawnees. Kind of nice knowing it was only Rosebud.
Did you hear what he said, Dan?
I reckon we're lucky at that.
Did you talk to him?
And we talked.
How'd he take it?
Becky,
Dan, you didn't tell him he had to get rid of Rosebud, did you?
well, a boy has to have something to look after.
That fawn ruined our Sunday supper, turned our home into a shambles. And do you call that looking after it?
Well, no, but I couldn't put all the blame on Israel.
Well, who's to blame?
Maybe I haven't spent all the time I could have with him lately.
Dan, you're only blaming yourself to keep the boy from hurting. I have to admit, it was a small, furry thing when he found it. A play toy he could hug and run with. But the fawn is not that now, Dan. It's wild and mischievous and...
Like him. He's growing too, Becky. He's straining to break free.
He's a child.
The biggest piece of him is yet. There's an awful lot of him itching for manhood.
When's he gonna learn he can't keep all that wildness tamed forever?
I don't know. But that's something he's gonna have to learn all by himself.
You're tired.
After only 8 rows, you must think I'm made of taffy.
11.
That many? Well, we'll have the whole field planted by nightfall.
Oh, no, we won't. You sit and rest.
On this lovely furrow. And after tucking each precious kernel of corn in with my own bare hands.
Come on now. Oh. I never dreamed it could be this bountiful. The earth. People in Boonesboro.
You keep on like that, Reverend, and you're going to be bursting with humility.
Pride goeth before a fall.
You look stern enough, but inside you're grinning from ear to ear.
Ear corn to ear corn, Polly. Oh, if I didn't try them out on you, how could I spare my congregation?
They liked you yesterday.
You think so?
The Bishop of Boston couldn't have handled it with more authority.
I was rescued by a boy and a frog. It provided a stirring parable. And here's one for you, my good wife. Go home and rest. Looks like Israel's fawn.
It's gone. It's all gone.
Can't you see I'm busy, Rosebud?
You keep feeding her, and we never will get this fence finished.
How high up do you think we have to go, Pa?
A lot higher than we have here.
Just don't seem right. Keeping a tame fawn cooped up like that.
But you know we have to do it, don't you?
I suppose so. That's what you get for breaking in uninvited.
Morning, Mr. Boone. Israel.
Morning.
Morning, Reverend.
It seems a powerful hot day to be splitting rails, Mr. Boone.
Pa and me are building us a pen to keep Rosebud in. She's kind of my little brother.
I can see she's fond of you.
I expect that's true, sir. Seeing I give her about as much loving as she can stand.
Well, I'm sure glad you came by, Reverend. Gives me an excuse to stop work for a while. Can I tempt you with a swallow of something cool?
Oh, no, Mr. Boone. Thank you.
Well, you didn't come all the way across that clearing to tell me I was backsliding, did you?
Do I wear my adversity that meanly, Mr. Boone? It looks like a stout pen. How is Genesis?
Genesis? Oh, you mean my frog. Growing by leaps and bounds, sir.
A witty lad, Mr. Boone. Well, good day to you both.
Come on, Reverend.
I like him, Pa.
I like him too, Israel.
Why do you suppose he came by?
Oh, he strikes me as a man with something on his mind. Not quite ready to let go of it.
A minister with troubles? He ain't supposed to have any, is he, Pa?
Not small ones, anyway.
Oh, good night, darling.
Good night, Ma. You wouldn't change your mind about Rosebud bedding down with me, would you?
Now, we've been all through that, Israel.
It would only be the last night. Pa and me almost got the rails high enough.
Now, you saw what she did to the house.
That's because she was lonesome. She wouldn't be with me.
Will you treat her? I don't think she even knows she's a dear.
She's gonna be real scared out there by herself.
She'll be all right. I know it. Come on, under the covers with you. Good night, my angel.
Good night, Mom.
Sweet dreams.
Rosebud, take it easy. You gotta hold still, Rosebud. If I'm gonna get you loose, ain't no reason to be this scared of the dark. Now hold still, will ya? You're gonna wake Ma for sure. He's scared.
Reckon we got us a painter, huh, Pa?
Yeah, I reckon we did, boy. Israel, what you did took a lot of courage.
I didn't think too much about it, Pa. She was scared of the painter and she needed protection. We didn't mean to wake you, Mom. You're safe now, Rosebud, and we'll always be together.
It seems to me that you'd at least have time to eat your breakfast.
You did promise to get me up at daybreak.
With the little sleep you've had this past week.
Had to be done.
Redone, you mean, and all on account of that fool fawn.
Oh, now, Polly, we're not sure of that.
Andrew, we saw the tracks clearly.
It could have been a wild deer.
I suppose that's true, but you still could have told them.
It seemed pointless. They were building a pen to keep the animal from running free. If it was the boy's fawn, she won't molest us again.
I'll be coming out to help.
You've got enough to do here.
It won't harm me when the sun wanes a little.
But there's no need to. It's half done with. Why, with some luck, I'll have 20 more rows planted by nightfall.
I'll still be coming.
With a pail full of parched rye and chestnuts you call coffee. Why, if some of that spills, it'll wilt our crops.
And I was thinking of baking my husband a pumpkin pie.
Did you get that?
We've needed it long before this.
I can't.
Then I will.
I don't even know how to use it.
Then learn. Andrew, we have the right to protect what's ours.
By killing?
It's better than facing a winter of starvation.
I would rather die than destroy a living creature.
This is the wilderness, my husband, not Boston.
Is one allowed to adjust one's principles in accordance with geography?
If it means our survival, yes.
I can't live that way!
Then tell Boone.
To destroy the deer for me? And with it a boy's heart. Where are you going?
I'm carrying a child, Andrew. Our child. Perhaps you can find it in yourself to forgive me for thinking that it cannot feed on piety.
Do it, Israel.
Looks like we got company, Ma.
Company? Oh, it's a pastor's wife. Oh, and look at me, Dan.
Well, Rebecca, she's seen soap being made before.
Good morning, Mrs. Boone.
Good morning, Mrs. Cooper. We're right proud to have you visit us. Hope you're not sensitive to the smell of lye. Israel, go fetch some water.
Yes, ma'am. No, I won't stay. And it's likely you won't want me after you hear what I have to say.
Well, what is it, Miss Cooper?
It's about your deer.
You mean Rosebud?
Yes. I'm afraid the animal has been eating our corn.
She wouldn't do nothing like that.
It's so, boy. And it's not the first time.
But she's been in that pen.
Now, hold on a minute, Israel. Is that what your husband came over the other day to talk about?
He meant to, but he couldn't, knowing it was the boy's pet.
Well, how can you be sure it was Israel's fawn?
It couldn't have been, Pa. It just couldn't have been.
Hush, Israel.
I truly wish it weren't. The tracks were clear and they led to this cabin.
When was this?
This morning.
Miss Cooper, we built that pen hoping to keep her in.
It seems impossible that she could jump it, but what other explanation could there be?
Rosebud couldn't clear that rail. That's why we built it, didn't we, Pa?
She could surprise us, son.
Israel, didn't you have Rosebud out of her pen this morning?
Yes, ma'am. But she was with me every minute.
But the boy could be mistaken. He could have turned his back or forgotten.
Did you, son?
I never took my eyes off her, Pa. Honest.
Israel wouldn't lie, Mrs. Cooper.
If what you say is true, I suppose we'll have to kill the fawn.
I came here knowing that.
You couldn't, Pa. You just couldn't.
Israel, winter's coming on. These folks have got their lives staked on that crop.
But we still ain't sure she did it, Pa.
I suppose there's a way we could find out. If you were to call to Rosebud, she'd try pretty hard to come to you, wouldn't she?
Yes, sir. But there ain't much chance of her doing that. Is there?
Well, that's something we're going to have to prove to Mrs. Cooper.
I guess so.
Why don't you go over there by that tree and call to her? Go on, son. Call her.
Rosebud!
She's going to want to hear you.
Rosebud! Don't do it, Rosebud. Don't do it. Why'd you come, Rosebud? Why'd you come?
I'm sorry, Israel.
If we was build the rails higher,
Before we got it finished, she'd bust out and do it all over again. There never was any use, son. We've just been fooling ourselves, thinking we could keep her a fawn forever.
what do you aim to do, Pa?
Well, there's nothing you can do that would comfort you. So I reckon I'll just take her out in the woods and...
No! I'll get her lost. I'll take her so far out she won't know how to get back.
You know she would. She's been tainted with petting, Israel. She's too wild to keep and too tame to lose.
Seems like she just growed up overnight.
Yeah, I know.
I guess there's no more use talking about it.
Yeah, it seems like we've just about talked it out.
I couldn't do it, Pa. I just couldn't look at her and shoot her.
I never intended for you to.
Let me take one more walk with her, Pa. Just one.
It won't make it any easier.
It's just to say goodbye.
All right.
This is a church, Rosebud. I guess we better do some praying. Reckon you'd better stay out here until I'm finished. I ain't much of a hand at praying, Lord. And I ain't asked for much in the way of blessings, except to protect Ma and Pa and Mingo from the Shawnee. Oh, and what's a Christmas time for snow when it was late in coming? Another time to help keep the multiplication tables tucked inside my head. Yep, that was about it. But this time, God, I'm aiming for more than a blessing. I've got to have me a miracle. Something that comes with a bolt of lightning and a clap of thunder. As for my friend Rosebud, wait long for this world unless you come a-running. Amen.
I heard your prayer, Israel.
I didn't mean for you to. Come on, Rosebud.
I prayed too, Israel. I truly did.
For her to get shot?
I can understand your feelings.
No, you can't. You don't belong here, and you never will. I hate you. Come on, Rosebud. Do it. Just won't. You'll have to kill me before I do. You know what we're gonna do, Rosebud? We're gonna run away, that's what. You and me together. We're gonna travel so far even God won't know where we are. Unless we tell him. And the way I feel, he's gonna have to find out for himself. What'll Ma say when she sees this? How's she gonna scold us if we ain't coming back? And we ain't, are we, Rosebud? Hey, wait a minute. Am I following you or you following me? When you're running away from home, you gotta have a leader. And being you're only a deer, I'm gonna be doing the leading. Now, come on. Come on. You as thirsty and as tired as me? Heading for the stream, wasn't I? But I was just resting up there. Well, I didn't say you couldn't be leader once in a while. But just remember, I'm still in command. Paul said, fast running a stream where the sun can get through is where plants grow. And that's a good feeding place for animals. We might catch us a raccoon or a beaver, maybe even a porcupine. But you gotta hide out and wait till they come, you understand? First, I better cut me a pointy hickory stick. These wild turnips are good eating. Rosebud. Thought they wouldn't go down, but there was some crusty cornbread or a chunk of bacon. It'll be over soon, Rosebud. No use being scared over it. I know I was asking for a miracle, God, but you don't have to boast about it.
You soaked through?
Well, not too bad. Started up just after I left the Squire's.
Well, if Israel's putting Rosebud in her pen, I expect we could have her sleep in the house one more night.
Isn't he here?
I thought he was with you. Stay by the fire, I'll go. Evening, Pastor.
Evening, Mrs. Boone. Daniel?
You've come about Israel.
Yes.
Then he's with you.
Well, no. I was hoping to find him here. I wanted to speak to him.
Oh, Daniel.
Now, Becky, suppose he did mean to run off. He couldn't have gone very far.
I'm afraid this is all on my account. He came to me, and I had no answer. He cried for help, and I was dumb, speechless.
Well, you can't hold yourself to blame for that, Pastor. But I reckon I should start out to find him.
I'll need some food and some muslin for bandages. He's hurt.
Don't worry, Becky. He knows a lot about the woods and caring for himself.
The rain will wash away the tracks.
It'll also slow him down.
I want to come, Daniel. I may not be much help, but I promise I won't hinder you none.
Well, if it'll make you feel better, Pastor, you're welcome to come along.
Thank you.
Bring him home safe, Dan.
Don't worry, Becky.
Ma let you in? I dreamed you ran away, Rosebud. But you wouldn't do that, would you? Rosebud, wait! I guess you're just hungry. Me too. There's got to be some wild crab apples or gooseberries around. Wonder how Ma felt when she didn't find me in bed this morning. I'll bet she's sorry. It'll do her a heap of good pining for me. Might learn I ain't to be fooled with. But they'd have missed me last night at supper. That means Pa's after us. We'd better get a move on. Come on. Come on, Rosebud.
Why'd you let me sleep?
2 hours is not much.
You think he'd be trying to make his way to some settlement, some Indian camp?
The closest settlement's Harrodsburg. It's too far. He'd stay clear of the Cherokee, knowing they'd bring him home.
How about the Shawnee?
No, it's not likely. Only if he bumped into a hunting party. And he'd know enough to stay out of their territory.
Then where'll we look?
I figure he'll stay close to water, then head for the high ground. He'll want to be able to see who's coming after him. Have some?
I'm not hungry.
You'd best eat. It may take us all day to catch up.
of faith that child had was shattered by my silence.
Or strengthened. You lost your corn. That's a wrong that can't be set right by a pat on the head or sugary words.
There was something I could have done.
You're doing it now.
Looks like this fell off a water barrel, maybe. We'd better get off here, Rosebud. This here's the Cumberland Trail. We're just liable to get us caught. Showed me how to do this once. It's really a wolf trap, but no reason why I couldn't snare us a rabbit. And right now, I could eat one whole.
Find something?
Wild turnips. Looks like Israel had some supper.
Top to the pole. No. Finished. Now I'll test it. Excuse me. It works, Rosebud. Come on, let's go. All we gotta do now is wait and be still.
Looks like this is where he got in out of the rain.
Resourceful lad. What is it?
Bobcat tracks. It's a big one, too.
Hey, wait a minute! I think I busted something, Rosebud. Sure does feel like it. That rabbit. Must be getting on to feeding time at home, Rosebud. Oh, I can just see those dried apples and pumpkins looped across the room. The meat roasting on the spit. Can you smell it, Rosebud? And the bean porridge and the suet pudding and the baked apple dumpling. Right now, I'd go for milkweed or marsh marigold, or anything that was wilted in the root cellar. It'll be dark soon. I'm gonna rest just about another minute. Gather me up some moss to keep cover. Hear those frogs croaking? They sound sad, don't they? Wonder what Genesis is doing. Oh, Genesis. If it wasn't for that old preacher, we wouldn't be out here alone. I don't care if they never find me. Sooner die than go back without you, Rosebud. Come on, Rosebud. Come on. Looks like we got us a painter, Pa, don't it?
That's right, son.
And he he was there in the wilderness 40 days, tempted of Satan. And he was with the wild beasts, and the angels ministered unto him. Now that he's gotten his foot taken care of and some food in his belly, I think he'll be all right.
He'll be all right.
Will he understand that?
He's lost her for certain this time. She's no longer a fawn. He's no longer a little boy. But he's ready to go home. Becky?
What is it, Dan?
Looks like we've got company.
You don't suppose Rosebud came back and ate their corn again, do you?
Oh, I don't think so, Israel. I think Rosebud's gone for good. Morning, Pastor. Miss
Good morning.
Cooper.
Morning.
Why don't you come in and join us? I'll put the kettle on for tea.
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have time. We just wanted to...
Don't look at me. This was your idea.
Well, I want to apologize for what I said the last time I was here.
That isn't necessary. You had every right to be upset.
And to tell Israel that I'm sorry his pet is gone. I know I'm responsible for that.
No, ma'am. I always knew I had to let her go someday. Pa says that's a part of growing up.
It's sometimes the very lonesome part. So, if you get too lonely...
Is it for me?
He's all yours if you want him.
If I want him, I can keep him, can't I, Ma? He won't need no pin or anything once I tame him. And I bet you one thing, he won't run off like that Rosebud did. Please say I can keep him, Ma.
Of course you can.
Gee, thank you.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Polly. She's the one who found him.
Oh, you just take good care of him and don't let him get lonesome. That's thanks enough.
If he ever gets lonesome, all he has to do is snuggle up to Pa's hat. I think I'll go feed him now so he knows he belongs to me.
Israel, one more thing. Would you bring him to church? I might need some more help with my sermon Sunday.
Yes, sir.